of civilization, Union still seeks to unite the human diaspora. But now, an edict, long since forgotten, can be heard again, scream from beyond the stars. Will humanity hear? Will we understand? For now, only one thing is certain. Our Lancers will respond when the Starcriers fly.
Hello, and welcome to RPGs Uncovered for the continuation of the Starcrier Conflict. We are back with episode 12, I believe it is, according to my notes, though my notes are about as chaotic as today's episode is going to be. So, I am very excited for things to get dark and creepy and weird. You may notice that we are down a few players today. We'll start there. I will keep this short, but we are missing a Sean and we are missing an Ajax and Andrew. Sean's going to be out today. Andrew, hopefully, we will pick up around break. But for now, we have these three lovely people who get to explore this dark, creepy zero-G space station. More on that to come. Yeah, just to keep things short, and I'm always worried about sound coming through. Yeah, sound is working. All right. Because Discord is very temperamental. Anyway, just to keep things short, as I like to do. If you are watching this here on Twitch, you can head over to the About tab and scroll down. There is the Mayhem meter. That is a little tip collection fund that goes towards our cast here. That is the best way I can think of sharing anything we bring in from this show to help pay them back for their amazing, and I do truly mean amazing, amount of effort and time and collaboration and heart that they put into this series. So if you have the means to and are so inclined, you're enjoying the show, you're enjoying these lovely people, go ahead and throw some money in the Mayhem meter fund, and that'll be split between these guys once we get a good collection going. And every $50 you can see there's a meter above my head. Every $50 something crazy happens. We've not hit it yet, but I always have things on standby, and they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. We've had it happen in previous seasons, previous series, and there's always some good stuff that happens. So that's the best way to help out these people, these wonderful people on the show here. But if you would like to help the channel itself, help with production value, get more art, get more music assets, work specifically with indie TTRPG creators, whether artists or musicians or just whatever collaborators, other writers I'd love to bring in, guest GMs and guest appearances. Best way to do that is to head over to Ko-Fi. We got some cool stuff on there. We got really insightful after shows, and I'm working on getting my notes up there, my game notes, and just some cool stuff. And we have tons of posts from previous seasons, and Starcrier is going to go on for a while. So you sign up there, and you're going to have a lot of steady stuff coming through, a lot of cool behind the scenes content. But we're going to leave it at that because we got some cool stuff to get to today. So let's say hello to the cast that we do have with us. Now that's going to throw the order out a little bit. It's usually Sean. Sean plays... now I have to remember everybody's name out of context.
August Solitaire
Sean.
Walker.
Yes,
Gotcha.
August Solitaire Walker. Then I believe we pass it over to Haley.
Yes. Hey, howdy, hi. I'm Haley. Yeah, I feel weird not having shot right before. I'm sad. Okay, but yeah, hey, howdy, hi. I'm Haley. I play Siobhan Carey, aka Bite. They them pronouns for me, she they pronouns for them.
Hi, I'm Q. I'm playing, he, him, me, he, him. And tonight I'm playing Logan Uhura, aka Desperado, also he, him.
Excellent. We are also missing Andrew for the first half of the game. Andrew, of course, plays Athen, Mishan, callsign, Blacksmith.
Hey, all. Drake Lionheart. Most people call me Lion. I use they, he pronouns, and tonight I will be John Tavik Creighton Vasier Harrison the Fourth, call sign Starblood, who uses he, him, they, them, all those fun things, and is just an absolute gem of a human being.
Oh, yes.
Also, I have the benefit of going last, so I don't have to worry about the order being messed up.
Yep.
So that's nice.
Excellent. And of course, hello, as always, from this little corner of the screen up here. I'm Jack doing the GM thing, as usual. He, they pronouns. Alright, let's start with a little bit of a recap, because we are mid-episode, mid-plot. This is our second real mission, their second real mission, as Lancer Auxiliary Corps. In direct response, few months down the line from their first mission, when they recovered the Commodore, a Mr. Newton Riley, who seemed to have come back into the rim of what is Union space, out from the diaspora in the black, where there are many light years worth of colonies far beyond the border of what Union actually has governance over. There are still so many more other human worlds out there, and that is where the Commodore came from. He came into the rim, took over a tantalum mining facility, and you can go watch the rest of how that unfolded in our previous episodes. But he did warn, along with the help of a mysterious, sort of decrepit individual, simply known as the Oracle, that there was something happening out there in the diaspora. Whole colonies and stations and worlds being depopulated, fleets being attacked, very few survivors being left, and those that were, very few, in the state that they found the Oracle in. Having questioned the Commodore, not them personally, but Union Navy, they've determined that there was reason to look into that region of space out in the black, and so they tasked a relatively new observation post to look in on that area, and then it promptly went dark. So now, our Lancer team here, because they have the most experience with it, limited as it is, they at least know about the Oracle and the warnings that the Commodore has made. They've had some vague understanding, as much as they can, that something is happening here. Not what that something is, but something is happening here. And known to the administration to various degrees, both Starblood and Solitaire have had strange interactions with these beings in these courses of events. So they were chosen as the team to investigate. Arriving at Farspace, at the Farspace observation array, if it has a number, you don't know it. You don't know where in space it is, how far away you are, but it was relatively near a blink gate. Relatively. But we will open our episode today with the camera slowly panning in, out amongst the stars, until you see the station as it is floating out in space on the screen here. We see, sort of held on to the side of it, some of them floating, listing gently in the nothingness of space, are the 5 hulks of their mechs. powered down to minimal power, as our pilots are no longer in them. They've had to EVA into the station, and that is where we will pick up. The camera zooming in past our mechs, past Buddy and Blade 2, Throne, and of course, there is Kitsune, the NHP aboard Solitaire's mech. Epithet, who is keeping an eye out for really anything unusual. Though what constitutes unusual, those are wide parameters right now. But we zoom in past these mechs, past the window of the airlock, because it was successfully shut behind them once they breached on through, and the corridor repressurized. 0G, we see objects floating, and we see the faint glow and hear this faint hum of a rather powerful quarantine procedure shutting off. So our camera snakes through this small corridor to another bulkhead that we pass through, and we find our 5 Lancers floating there, wondering how to proceed. You are currently in a lit section, in a pressurized section. From what I understand, everybody has kept their helmets on, because I'm not sure how much you trust Stacy to keep things as they are right now. And I don't know why, because Stacy is a lovely person. But for now, you are floating gently. Perhaps you are grabbing onto the wall, but you are floating gently in the 0G pressurized corridor. Small corridors, round corridors, plenty of things to hold on to and pull yourself past. Few things floating in the way. But for now, it just looks like an operational, if empty and cluttered, space station. How would you like to proceed? Would you like me to? It's been 2 weeks. Has it been 2 weeks? We did take a week off. Yeah.
We took a week off.
Yeah. Would you like me to remind you of your objectives?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you were tasked, and let me make sure I get these in the correct order of priority. So your primary objective is to retrieve the data from this station. The station was tasked with looking into the region of space that the Commodore came from in order to corroborate his story. And they received word from the station that they potentially found something, but the transmission was heavily corrupted before it cut off. So you have been sent to primarily retrieve the data, because it sounds like they found something, and this is, as far as you understand, a top secret and high priority observation post. So they want the data. That is most likely going to be accessible from, the Central Station Command. It's not really a military site. There's only a few dozen people here at most. But there is going to be, it's not really a bridge, a command bridge, but there is going to be like a central data, central command post for all the scientists to work out of and otherwise coordinate the station. So that is your primary objective, retrieve the data. Secondary objectives, of course, find out what happened to the scientists and, if possible, rescue them. Secure the station, because again, big space station, top priority, probably costs a lot of money in a very important strategic location, even if you don't know where that is. And to retrieve or otherwise secure the NHP, because they are people. They're non-human people, but they're people worthy of being rescued and also highly valuable. Put that in whichever priority you want to weigh those two things in. So primary, retrieve data. Secondary, rescue scientists, rescue NHP. secure the station.
Okay. And then to recap what I remember learning from last time, because Shiv already did a little bit of digging, there are zones of this station that have been cut off from life support. There are cameras of scientists floating around. Some appear wounded, but nobody is currently awake. We've interacted with Stacy, and while she seems very sweet, they maybe are a little confused. And I think the last I left it, Athen had been giving Shiv a tow so that way they could focus on their work. They're digging through what we called garbage code in Stacy's like help prompts.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, two things to clarify. Stacy is the station's NHP, the station command interface. So you're going through her code, their code, because it's rather garbled right now. And Kitsune Solitaire's NHP did try to interact with Stacy, but came back questioning Solitaire as to what exactly a headache is, which probably not the response you were hoping for when trying to get two NHPs to talk to each other. Another thing to clarify, you have not seen anybody alive on the station, but you have seen, potentially, out of the corner of your eye, maybe, could be a trick of the light, maybe movement.
Spooky movement.
Otherwise, you guys have just escaped from the quarantine procedure in the airlock room. And one of the last things said, one of the last exchanges that there was some talk of garbage being compared to garbage, and in doing so, the station Stacy took that to mean that there is refuse that needs to be properly quarantined and decontaminated. And then it was Desperado who said something along the lines of, in fact, I have it written down because I liked the quote. Where is that? Where is that? Rude, we are people, not garbage. Or something along those lines. Then you managed to make your way out of the decon zone and into this corridor, and there was another short conversation about garbage and comparing the station to garbage and the station comparing you to garbage. And in that garbage code, which may have been where it originated from or centered around, you did see interspersed between areas of otherwise nonsensical code. Rude, we are people, not garbage.
Okay.
That is mentally where we pick up.
Oof.
Okay. We need to keep pressing forward. I believe I was on point.
Yeah, go for it. Shiv's gonna keep nose to the grindstone, is still kind of parsing through whatever they can find of all of this.
Who's giving you that piggyback ride again?
Athen.
Excellent. Yeah, so Desperado is going to take the lead here. Ahura is going to take the lead. Athen is probably somewhere in the middle of the pack with Bite in tow and Solitaire not far behind, keeping an eye out as well. Yes, Lion.
Oh, no, I was just going to point out that Tavik was also near the front, because he had moved ahead while everyone else was still.
Right.
Point with Ahura.
Excellent.
Desperado.
So Starblood and Desperado on point. See, it's been 2 weeks and I focused so much on narrative. Athen, who is Blacksmith, Blacksmith always throws me. Blacksmith is in the center with Bite, and that leaves Solitaire taking up the rear, making sure nothing weird happens back there. So you can push forward, float your way through these corridors. And I assume you have you are obviously encapsulated in your suits. And actually you are not in vacuum, so sound will travel. You don't need to necessarily turn advanced sensors on for this because you are in a pressurized area of the station. So you press forward. You do have a map, just to remind you, you do have a map. So you do know generally where you are going, the route to Station Command here. You can follow that route. But along the way, you hear sort of off in a different direction. This muffled sounds like something heavy hitting something somewhat hollow. There's a reverberation. There's a thunk and a reverberation.
Do we have a specific direction, or
You can confirm your sort of be sonar, I guess, your sort of sonar sensor, sound sensors, that it is coming down from somewhere down this corridor that you're approaching. You kind of have to, take a little tangent from where you are going. It's a relatively small station, so you're kind of on a direct path for Central Command, but it looks like this is coming down from one of the laboratory wings. It looks like.
That direction is immediately where Tavic's DL-44 is pointed.
All right. You don't see anything immediately.
okay? How rapid is the hit? How rapid is the thumping?
It's relatively consistent. It is a good.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
In my console, does Stacy speak out loud, or is it just through console?
Yeah, she's tied into the intercom. Yeah, you've heard her.
Hey,
speak out loud.
Stacy.
Hello.
Hi. Do you? What's that noise that we're hearing in that corner of the building?
Noise. Yes. Yes, there is much noise.
Jack, can I be looking through her code at the same time as we're interacting, having caught on that as we
Yeah.
interact, things happen?
Sure.
Any changes?
It's still very difficult to read. You, with your programming understanding, you don't know what.
Mhm.
I mean, it's clear she's not functioning properly.
Yeah.
You're surprised she's functioning at all.
Okay. Since noticing Desperado's words showing up in her code, can I just start skimming code for just words? Like real words?
You can. Are you looking for anything in particular?
I guess. Under the assumption that she's like taking in information that she's like observing, I guess. I kind of want to see if there's anything like any kind of conversation I don't recognize. So words that myself or my team haven't said, to see if she's picked up on anything other than us.
So Basically, if you take all of your files in your computer,
Mm-hmm.
put them all in a single Word document, and then jumble them up,
Yeah.
and then intersperse them between, normal programming language, whatever normal programming language is 12,000 years in the future. That's what you're seeing. You only saw
Simply
what
too
you saw
much.
before, rude, we are people, not garbage, because you were immediately looking at it, trying to deal with the decon problem, and it came up
Mm-hmm.
in that context. But
Gotcha.
otherwise, you are seeing fragments of all kinds of data here.
Okay. Yeah, there's no good way to skim all of that. Okay.
You might be able to send it over to Kitsune if you think that's a good idea, and you are looking for something specific, because she would be able to parse through it a lot quicker than you could.
True. Do I think that there would be any kind of repercussions to Kitsune reading through all this code?
Kitsune did say that they got a headache from trying to
Headache.
communicate with Stacy, just over the comms. And again, this is nonsense you are looking at. So
Yeah.
you cannot be sure that there's not some corruptible influence in here, because it is utter nonsense.
I simply refuse to hurt Sean's baby.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
No. Yeah. Cannot do. Then I'll, for now, give up on that area of investigation. And she just gave me the weirdest fucking response. Okay.
And then you hear just static blare over the intercom.
Ooh.
Stacy? Still with us?
Am I with you? With you?
Seems like all the answer we need.
Correct. Tavik, are we going to check out the laboratory?
Yes, Desperado. Why don't we?
Call sign. That's a first.
Is this the time to get snippy?
Better than active combat.
It's true.
Give it a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Starblood. I appreciate it. I'm going to walk forward, cannon out.
Float forward.
Sure.
Let's do, again, affirm that we are in 0G. I think Athen will speak up. Yeah, do we want to all stick together for this, or should some of us split off and actually, well, I don't want to say actually do the job, but,
We're here to figure out what happened. I have a feeling whatever's in there will give us some clue to that.
All right, lead the way, boss.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to move forward.
All right. These are not long corridors, so it doesn't take you long to grab onto something on the wall and chuck yourself forward through the zero gravity, get to the corner of this corner, and turn around, turn the corner.
For the sake of showing off, I do believe that Tavik is wearing a mobility hardsuit, so he doesn't need to push off of anything. There are integrated systems in his suit.
Wow.
All right.
And he moves incredibly gracefully.
All right.
Yeah, Shiv stopped doing coding stuff, but hasn't told Athen to let go, so they're kind of just vibing,
Yeah, they're fine.
letting themselves be towed. Yeah.
Like a balloon almost.
Yeah.
So you turn the corner of this corridor, and it is still quite well lit down here. You're not far off course from where you are, but you notice there is a half-open doorway about a few meters, half a dozen meters down the corridor. And there seems to be a light sort of flickering on and off in there. And as it flickers on, and goes off, and flickers on, and goes off, and flickers on, and you see it is casting light on what looks to be these little floating crimson beads. Blood. Pooled in 0G in these little crimson beads. Slowly drifting away from that door, but you do hear, still consistently,
Okay. Going to scan the area. Try and see if I can pinpoint where it actually is coming from.
probably that room.
Any. Okay. Somewhere.
Again, life signs detectors aren't really a thing in this universe.
Okay. Is the door closed to the
It's
room?
sort of
Can we go in?
half open. It's one of those standard sci-fi doors that's kind of caught halfway through the whoosh.
Is there
Okay.
anything near the door in the event that whoever was moving towards the door needed to very abruptly change trajectory in this 0G environment? Debris or anything else?
Kicking off of free-floating debris would only work so well.
Well, yeah, I don't mean like free floating. If there's something large enough that it's.
I mean, these are
Frustrating.
relatively narrow corridors. Not so much that you can reach out and touch both sides, but you could easily like juke to one side and kick off.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Tavic's going to move forward with the very soft as he propels forward with the suit. And I think he's going to come in at sort of an upward angle to try and create a situation where as much of him would be covered by however the door is askew as possible as he moves past.
Okay.
To sort of get a look. The L-44 is still trained on the door, just in case whatever's on the other side is an immediate threat.
I will try and, once he's through, try and open the door more because I'm in a heavy suit, a heavy hard suit. So I'm going to need room to get through.
Okay. That being the case, Starblood, you take the lead, push forward, look into the room as you approach, and you do see there is a person there, floating, holding on to what looks to be just some sort of handhold attached to or attached nearby to what looks like this large glass tank of some kind, and it's difficult to make out exactly what is in it, again because the lights keep flickering on and off, but there's some sort of gaseous mixture in this tank, and you see this individual grabbed on. They're wearing standard Union Navy gray sort of scientist garb as opposed to military uniform, but that sort of standard light gray, and they have this large tool of some kind, some sort of large hyper spanner or whatever it may be, something large enough for working on like exterior parts of the station, and is just grabbed on as
Immediately seeing that.
Sort of
I'm sorry, go ahead.
doubles over a bit and sort of presses against an area in their abdomen. You can see another few beads of crimson start floating away before they raise the tool again. And with just not enough force, just beating into this glass chamber.
Immediately upon seeing them, Tavik released that information. Got one. I don't want to call them a civ, but someone's in here and they're trying to break something.
Oh, okay, and they're probably bleeding. Yeah, based on all of that.
Yeah.
Are
Yes.
they?
Yes. They definitely do appear wounded. And Jack, just to be clear, you said that they definitely aren't hitting it with enough force. Like, there's no concern immediately, or it doesn't look like there's a concern that they're going to break whatever they're hitting.
It looks like this is an injured person who is swinging as hard as they can for being injured. You don't know what their state is otherwise. And
Sure.
from the sound of this and how long it's taken for you to investigate,
Doesn't seem like.
I mean, eventually it might crack. You're not sure. I'll let you decide how concerned you are with this.
Sure.
You don't know what's in that. can.
Actually, can I? I believe I have read a situation. Could I use that to try and figure out the likelihood of there being any immediate damage, or even if there's anything else in this immediate moment that might clue me in as to why they're doing or what they're doing, or why they're doing it?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and make that roll.
That is an 8.
Okay. Excellent. The best part about asking for rolls, when I otherwise did not require them, is that you can give yourself complications.
That's why I do it.
You are looking into this room, trying to ascertain what is going on. You pick up that they are muttering something. You can't pick up exactly what it is. Between, you're encapsulated in your suit. They're probably muttering quietly to themselves between the thunking of them attacking this. But they do stop while you are analyzing the situation. Sort of reach down and press against their wound. And reach up, and you can see this little spider web along the glass. It doesn't immediately break, and you are not immediately noticing any sort of evacuation of the gaseous content, so it probably has, multiple layers to it. But he got a good whack in there while you were trying to read the room.
Again, over comms. Well, he's making some progress. We need to do something quickly. Thoughts?
Maybe try talking to him like a person. Potentially.
Gonna try and join Tavik.
Yeah, you can get up to the door. I will say, again, 0G, you can be pretty stealthy. You don't make a lot of noise, but if you do want to wrench this door open, that will definitely draw his attention.
I mean, I'm not particularly worried about the person in the glass noticing me.
Well, he's outside the glass,
Yes.
right? He's
Outside
trying to
the-
break it open.
Yeah.
Sorry, break
For whatever reason, yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. Sorry. Drawing his attention is probably better.
All right. You want to just force the door open?
Yeah.
All right. You grab both sides, sort of wedge your heel into some nearby netting to hold things against the wall, and press, and there's just that scraping of metal against metal. And it does move easily enough and slam open on either side of this archway. And the person inside quickly spins around, dropping the tool he was using in the process, grips at his wound, and Starblood, you see the Oracle floating in front of you, sort of decrepit, emaciated, gaunt-skinned, milky-eyed individual. And he shouts out, sort of meekly, "No, no, we don't belong here. Not now." And he kicks off of the canister, not at you, but towards the other side of the lab.
Okay. Hey. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
He has pushed off towards an adjoining room. If you are shouting after him, you're not getting a response.
Okay. All right.
Starblood. Anything
Yes.
from you?
No, I think in this moment, Starblood is sort of letting Desperado take point on this.
Have you already become so desensitized to seeing the Oracle?
In this moment, there is an almost unnatural peace in Starblood that makes it very difficult for him to be shaken. If that makes sense.
Yes, I do recall at the end of last episode you said you injected yourself with a dose of freeze,
I did.
a combat
Oh, boy.
stimulant that keeps you calm and deadened to
Yeah.
fear and other strong reactions.
I think in
That
his
makes sense.
head, there's a moment where that panic starts to sort of creep in, and immediately it's just that second of going, that's impossible, and it's shut down.
All right.
If nobody's following after this person, Shiv's looking between everybody else in the room and goes, "What the fuck?"
I'm gonna go. I'm
Shiv's-
going.
No, Shiv's falling much faster. Is like making an
Hmm.
active effort to chase
Um,
after. Hey, we're Lancers. We're here to help.
Tavik is going to try and insert himself between Shiv and the direction Shiv is quickly moving in.
Push. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna use you as leverage to get past.
Can I? Would you mind? Can I try and grab you?
Go for it.
Let's do a
I'm gonna
roll
try
off,
and- I would
guys.
like to
Let's
try
do
and
a
grab her.
roll off.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
I'm gonna try and
both
grab-
kick off from like from separate sections of the corner of this room and sort of collide in the center, spinning off of each other. Starblood trying to grab on and Bite trying to kick off and gain a little bit more momentum while you are just spinning in this zero gravity. If you have a skill that makes you more physically adept at this, you may apply that.
I would like to argue for take control, because I am trying to take control of this immediate situation and prevent Shiv from being able to move forward using force.
Fair enough. I got nothing. I'm a scraggly little person. I don't have Foundry open, so it's just a D20.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, take
Okay.
control out.
got it.
Yep.
I got a 15.
Okay.
I also got a 15.
No.
Interesting. Interesting.
It's all elbows and knees.
You collide,
Mhm.
mid momentum in the center of this room and grapple on to each other. Bite, you can't push yourself free, but there's enough momentum that the two of you are actually floating in that direction. Tavik, they're putting up too much of a fight for you to properly get your stabilization thrusters to stop your forward momentum, and both of you are careening towards that open doorway that this individual, perhaps the Oracle, though that doesn't make any sense, has thrown himself through.
I am doing my best to try and keep my body between Shiv and the potential space that the Oracle
You
went
are
into.
both.
Oh, we're just
spinning
tumbling through.
Yeah, tumbling through 0G.
I'm going in after
Oh.
them.
What are you
One of my
doing?
the objective is to rescue people.
The
Stop it.
objective is to rescue information, and if you go in there
You two
with this
slam
person,
against the wall just on the other side
Oh.
of this doorway. It's a storage closet, and there's nobody in here.
when we make contact, I think from the contact, my grip completely slips and releases. And I think
Desperado.
also my
Sorry.
gun sort of goes floating off.
Mm-hmm.
Desperado, you have pushed yourself forward, so it does not take you long to get to that open doorway with them. And I will say, just to place them, that Athen has stayed at the doorway with his weapon drawn, and Solitaire has August has pushed himself into the room and is starting to look around at what is going on here.
Okay. And so it was a storage closet?
Yeah, it looks like sort of a walk-in like inventory space. But there's nobody in here, not that you can see.
That's not going to stop Shiv. I'm going to start looking through the shelves and things. I'm looking for vents, passages, anywhere somebody could easily disappear through. What? I don't know about you, Silver Spoon, but I think you forget people are sources of information. The people who work here might actually know what the fuck is going on with their NHP.
He is sort of floating up to grab his pistol again. He looks over and he goes, "Yes, and running in with no understanding of what the situation is, without your weapon drawn, is a very good way to get yourself killed. That is why Desperado and I took point. I'm all for us working together to achieve a common goal, but that means allowing everyone to fulfill their role, doesn't it? All you did was potentially put yourself at risk and force myself, and ultimately Desperado, to have to shift our focus."
Fine. If you want to just let someone walk away bleeding, that's cool too. Next time,
I would
just
rather
let
prevent
me.
you
Maybe
from
don't.
bleeding.
Didn't know you cared that much, babe.
Then you should have been paying better attention. I've made it very clear that I have no interest in allowing you or anyone else on this or any other mission I'm on to get hurt.
Fine. Can you at least help me look for where he might have gone?
You're pushing boxes around these shelves and moving netting aside, moving a few. They're not like wheeled desks or anything. They're sort of like grav sleds, let's say, because of zero gravity. These sort of almost free floating shelf units, basically, that you can push along with you. You're moving all kinds of things, boxes of stuff and crates and whatnot aside. You do see a little ventilation shaft, but it's up in the corner of the wall, and it's like yay big. Person's not fitting through there. Yay big being for podcast listeners. I mean, these aren't die-hard 80s 90s era access vents and Jeffries.
These aren't Nakatomi Plaza vents.
Right.
Damn it.
Yeah, these are like modern day and in the future, like micro. All they need to do is push air through. They just need to be these little slits.
Well, she was probably gonna stop at that vent as like the only, not even plausible place that a person could go, but just the only exit, I guess, to this room that I can find.
I would like to find a computer, a terminal, if I can.
Yeah. So while they are dealing with the inventory room, the stock room, You can float around here with Solitaire, with August.
Mhm.
There are a few stations here or there. The problem is that there seems to be some sort of power issue in this room. Again, things are flickering on and off, and looks like the computers are likewise in the state of sort of booting up and then forcefully being shut down, and booting up, forcefully being shut down.
Stacy,
Yes, yes.
are you able to redirect power to this laboratory?
Functionality limited due to limited functionality.
Source of functionality issue?
Override, over limited functionality.
An override?
Who initiated override? Stacy?
Director override. Director override.
Director. Hey, Shiv,
Yeah.
do you ever get a hierarchy of this place?
No, there's not exactly a staff docket for a secret fucking science base.
Okay. Well,
I try.
it was a director override.
Oh, so admin control.
Yep.
Mm.
Security lockdown. Personnel report to shielded areas.
Oh.
Like right now? Was that for us, Stacy?
What is now?
Ooh, don't ask her about time. I get confused about
Okay.
time.
That's fair. Stacy, was that an active order? Or was that a previous order?
Was order will be, yes.
Okay.
Probably means
Hey.
bridge.
Yeah. Find the command.
You turn around engaging in all of this, and you see August just floating, staring at this canister. This large, floor-to-ceiling glass tube of gaseous contents.
August. Oh, I hate that.
Unresponsive.
I'm going to sort of float over. Sort of put a hand on August's shoulder.
Unresponsive.
Solitaire. We have a problem.
I guess we just have to tow him for now. We should get going. I don't like being out here anymore.
Okay. You know where the shielded areas are?
Yeah, they should show up on my map as the place with life support, I assume.
We can hope. And hope that none of those are dummy areas.
There are designated shielded areas that you can look up in the map, of
Mhm.
course. Station Command being one of them. There's a few other like safety corridors here or there. Um,
I'll map us the most direct route to get to Station Command.
mhm. What's this? Yeah. All right. You sort of grab onto. I assume somebody, Starblood, has grabbed onto August. You want to
Hmm.
just pull him with you?
I think I'm going to bring him over and let the blacksmith sort of tow August.
Sort of
I
drift
I would-
them over
yeah.
in Athens' direction, and you can notice no matter how you turn him, he is now. August is always turning his head whatever way he needs to in order to look in the direction of that canister.
And looking back at it, it's just gas.
Now that you look at it, it doesn't really make sense, but it looks like there's a nebula inside this canister. Now, nebulae are extremely diffuse, huge areas of gases. If you took a section of a nebula and shoved it in a 5-foot tall glass tube, it would be mostly invisible. Tiny, tiny, minute, parts per million of these gases. But this looks like a nebula, just floating, gently shifting inside this tube.
Can I get a closer look at it? Specifically where that guy put a crack in it. I'm a little concerned about the crack now.
Havoc is working to get August as far away from it as possible.
Yeah, I'm helping.
You push him towards the door, to push him out of the corner, out of the room into the corridor, and August grabs on to the door frame. It's just staring at that canister.
Are there
Solitaire.
meters or screens or anything that tell me what this thing is, what it's monitoring, or what they're studying about it?
There is a computer attached to this this chamber. It is currently, as with the other ones, flickering to trying to boot up state and then intermittently turning off. But you can see the monitor has been smashed.
Oh, okay.
The keyboard has been smashed.
I couldn't hope that anybody was old-fashioned and like paper and pen, could I?
You can hope.
You are more likely to find free-floating data pads, but you don't see any here.
Okay. Jack, with the things that are on the space station and Haley's limited understanding of how this might work, is it possible for me to take a terminal, find an independent power supply, and get it to boot up that way, rather than it being connected to the ship?
These are probably all connected to Station Command.
Gotcha.
These are just local access terminals. Yeah. And so
Mhm.
they would be connected to the station's main mainframe, somewhere at the core of the
Mhm.
station. So it's not like you can just take the hard drive out of the console here, because there is no console here. It's just, a terminal.
It's just a thing, yeah. Okay. Fingers to the hand. Well, that's a bummer. I don't like it. It's concerning. Yeah. Then I'm gonna go back and try to help get August out of here. Ugh.
Athens gonna speak up. Yeah, we don't know what's going on here, guys, and it doesn't look like our buddy here wants to move. I don't know what sort of long-term effects whatever is happening might have on him, but if you guys want to continue, I can stay here and look after him. Maybe he'll snap out of it. Maybe he'll start muttering something useful. I don't know what.
Can we get him away from it? Like, can we just like forcefully tug his ass?
It might cause him more distress to be pulled away from whatever he's focused on.
To be fair, they're not too far from the exit. If
Sure.
things do go bad. Not that I am particularly in favor of this plan.
Yeah, I also don't love it. But
The more
fine.
time we.
Try and get this situation under control.
Look, otherwise, this is Athen again. Look, otherwise, I mean, aside from disappearing creepy scientist dude, we haven't seen anything too terribly, I don't want to say alarming, but immediately threatening. Sort of taps at a. I don't know what exactly his medium sidearm sort of weapon is, whether it's an axe or I think it was some sort of a extendable. No, that was Starblood.
Yeah,
had
like
the extendable
chain
axe.
axe or something.
I don't know what he has, but he motions to something on his hip, some sort of chain sword or axe or something, with his pistol, his or probably some sort of SMG medium signature. Look, I can hold down the fort here. We're not far. It's a small station.
Okay.
Yeah, you had to say the quiet part out. There's no wood to knock on in places like this. And you said the thing.
Why would you be knocking on wood?
Oh god. Okay. That is one of my soapboxes. I'll get on it later.
We
For
truly
now,
do not have the
we're
sound.
Jinx. But yes, open comms all the time. We check in
Yes.
every 5 minutes, no less.
If you want to
Oh,
hear
I hate
all's
this.
good that frequently, sure, I'll keep an eye on the clock.
Yes. I do. Considering the last time I was separated from you guys, you almost got hit by a giant flaming rock. So
Hell, that was fun.
okay.
That's
Unless anyone
it's a
stops
word.
him, Athen is just going to. You can see gently tugging back into the room. August, let's go. And Athen is just gonna sort of float him there, sort of arms on both of his shoulders, like, you're good, buddy. Well, looks back to you guys.
Then we're gonna try and find where we need to go.
Yes. The longer we spend here, the worse this is going to get. I am
True.
not. No information. Can't even be sure where we are. Something is going on here, and it is not. Well, there's a reason they sent us.
Starblood, wherever it is you keep that tooth on you, the Oracle's tooth
Mhm.
on you,
Mm-hmm.
you find yourself subconsciously just sort of checking at that area under your suit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Jack.
Yes,
It's
Haley.
this can be a no. I do have the skill spot. And I'm not sure if there's anything like a passive in this. But Tavik's done that a few times now in my presence. Is it a habit that I could recognize?
You can see that he has done this in your presence a few times. Yes. As to what that
Okay.
means, spot is not any sort of
Yeah,
psychoanalytical
of
skill.
course not.
But he's
But
done
I've
this
recognized
before, yeah.
the habit is something that he's done before. Okay.
But I mean, it could be
I'll have
anything.
to-
It could be his comm unit. It could be, a weapon. It could be a wound.
Yeah. I guess for now, just anytime Tavik and Shiver in the same room and he does that, well, I'm just gonna know that I'm making a note of it, and Shiv is making a note of it, and they are actively trying to work out whatever the fuck is going on, because it's not really
Sure.
weird, but it's weird.
All right. So the three
All right.
of you are going to proceed further into the station, try to get to station command.
Correct.
Mhm.
All
Oh,
right.
and then I'm giving Athen a copy of the exact path we plan on taking, and if at any point we deviate from the path that I've put out, I will be automatically updating his map with where we are going if I have the chance.
Easy enough.
And Tavik is going weapons hot.
All right.
Same.
It doesn't take you
Bite.
long to bounce yourself down the walls back to the corridor that you were following, and it's not a long trip to station command. Starblood, it looked like you were about to say something.
No, go ahead. All good.
This little detour out of the way, it is easy enough for you to follow the route you need to take to station command, and it is open to you. You don't reach any bulkheads that have been depressurized. You don't hear anything else coming down any of the other adjacent corridors. And you make your way to station command. Again, 0G floating past a little bit of debris, but you don't float past any bodies or any bloodstains on the wall, anything too terribly concerning. But you do get to station command, and it is this small circular command center. There's this big multi-terminal computing station in the center. Off to the side, there's a number of other terminals. There's a view screen that currently looks out into the stars. There's tables here or there. You do see a few free-floating data pads. There's mugs floating about and little droplets of dark brown liquid. These little liquid beads floating through the zero gravity. But no bodies. And this room is powered.
All right. What are sort of paths from here?
Well,
Mm-mm.
okay. I hate this. I hate everything about this.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't like being here. I feel antsy.
Oh, it's all bad. It's all awful.
Not with the understanding that it's going to be an unfortunate thing to say directly after you said that. But if you have a weapon, I suggest having it at the ready. Just in case. As long as you promise not to use it on me.
Big ask, buddy. Big ask. Okay. Yeah, no, I think what does Shiv have? Yeah, I'll bring out. I have it. I don't know what it means. What is an archaic ranged weapon? What does that entail?
That's some sort of. It's not a laser weapon. It's. I mean, I guess it could be. Depends on. I mean, archaic is kind of open. It could be anything from a crossbow to a revolver, or maybe like a really old prototype laser weapon or something. It's just not your standard military gear, modern day equipment.
Okay.
That's the way I'm taking it.
Gotcha.
It's an old boy.
Muskets, bows, crossbows, bug throwers.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Then yeah, I think it's some kind of like oddly futuristic like crossbow. Feels correct.
That's cool.
All right. Okay. While we're stopped here, I want to take another look through the cameras. I know it was like just a shadow of movement kind of a deal, but I kind of want to go through cameras to see if anything's changed recently in this building.
Flip through them real quick. Immediate glance, you're not seeing anything different.
Okay.
All right.
You do see, however, somebody may see, whether this is Byte, though you are going through things on your own data pad right now. One of the terminals over in the corner of the room is flashing this red flashing light. I won't say warning light, but a red light usually doesn't mean anything good.
True, not a good sign. Let's go over to that red light.
You head over to that terminal, and you can see that the self-destruct is currently active.
What?
I'm sorry.
Actually, no, the self-destruct is off. No, sorry, the station is destroyed.
Oh no.
No. Self-destruct is definitely active.
Okay.
So real quick, guys. You know what? You should just see the screen. It's probably easier that way.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
T-0,000.
Right.
So it's already self-destructed, but it's trying to self-destruct, but it's also stopping itself from self-destructing?
Maybe the override. It was to set this place to blow. Stacy stopped it. Can you pull the data? Can you pull data logs?
Yeah, Jack, is there some kind of like change log that I can pull
Yeah.
up on this place?
All the terminals in this room are fully functional. You are at your primary objective destination. You can go over to one of those
Okay.
terminals, and you can pull up and confirm that the station's self-destruct is activated and also deactivated, and the station is also destroyed.
Incredible. Can I see who didn't activate it?
Director override.
Director override. Okay.
Can you pull whatever information we're here for so that we can go?
I can try, but everything's fucked 5 ways to Sunday, so give me a minute.
Sure.
Well, we have all the minutes in the world. The station's already destroyed, no?
Or no minutes in the world. You never know.
Except that it's not. Except that it is.
Yeah,
Cool.
Byte, if it isn't already very alarming, Byte would be very alarmed, because this is a very serious malfunction that could mean the self-destruct could go off at any time.
So something's absolutely knackered in the code where it's stuck in an in-between of some kind, and that's horrible.
Actually, give me a roll here. Give me one of your.
Can I use
your
Hacker
hacking rolls.
Fix?
Yeah.
Sweet, I have a +4 to that now.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. A 19 + 4 is 23.
Excellent.
What a time.
So
What a
you can
time.
see when you're not actually going through Stacy.
Yeah.
The station command interface, the NHP Stacy, is garbled. Whatever interface they have as this non-human person, which is not technically an AI, but is some sort of mathematical blink space eldritch math sort of nonsense being, paracausal program entity that is also not just an AI. Whatever interface they have with the station, whether it is on her side, on the station side, or some sort of compatibility issue, they are what is so terribly garbled right now. The actual mainframe and information of the station looks completely clean and fine. You are having no problem, going through normal file directories, accessing the station itself. So it's
Okay.
not that the station has been corrupted by garbage code and that it is that this garbage code has somehow triggered a false self-destruct or false pause or false deactivation. Sensors are just simply reading self-destruct on true, self-destruct off true. Station feeds false, structural integrity true, structure integrity false.
Is there a way for me to interrupt the sensors so I feed them information telling them to turn off self-destruct entirely? Can I put a mirror in front of the security camera that goes, no, it's fine?
It's a lot more complicated than that. I will say, this is, knowing Byte, it's certainly something you can attempt. It is incredibly, heroically risky.
Oh my god.
Because if you do it while the
the
station
last time I
explodes,
pulled that kind of shit, didn't go well for me.
the consequence of
Do
failure
you?
and consequences happen on a heroic roll anything less than 20.
Yeah.
Do you express
Station
this to
explodes.
the rest of us? That this is something you were considering and or that there is a potential for it to go very wrong?
I don't think Shiv's fully considering it yet. Haley is, because I don't like the idea of us potentially being at constant self-destruct.
Well, yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think Shiv's done something, you guys have probably seen it at this point, where they go a little bit more gremlin than usual, where they're kind of hunched. They're probably sitting in one of these chairs in here with their knees up to their chest, hunched over a data pad, doing their
Shiv?
thing.
Shiv?
Huh?
No.
What are we knowing?
I don't know.
Why am I being reprimanded? I'm doing my job.
What's the plan? Because you've gone full gremlin.
There isn't a plan, there's just information. Give me 2 more seconds, okay? I'm gonna do what I was set out to do, and I'm gonna pull the data that I need to while in the background of my head I'm ruminating on what else is happening.
All right.
While you
can-
do this, there's a bit of a... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
I was gonna say, while you're working, after a moment or two of silence, there's almost like a bitter laugh that comes from Tavik. And he just sort of shakes his helmeted head a bit and goes, it's funny. I'm sure there would be quite a lot of humor to be found if I was the second to fall to paracausal nonsense. Anyway, do try not to mess this up, whatever it is you're doing in there.
What exactly was that supposed to mean?
Yeah, paracausal
I
is not a
prefer.
word that is much understood or used all that often.
That was a shit. If you're gonna talk, go to the other side of the fucking room.
It's all coming through comms. You're going to hear it regardless. Good
I
talk.
imagine for the comedic effect, that's when Athen comes in. All clear.
Right. Yeah.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Just for the joy of it.
Byte, you have no problem navigating the file structures here. However, you get to you can navigate through and find the sensor logs that you're looking for, which is just download all sensor logs, presumably.
Yeah.
those logs are entirely corrupted.
Fuck.
They look garbled. They look fragmented. They look partially deleted.
Sure.
And if you try to, I imagine you are just going through like file structure and just trying to do,
Mhm.
you know, the drag and drop, control C, control V,
Yeah.
in the future. But if you actually go and try, I assume your next sort of, double check of this is to actually go and bring up the sensor logs and try to look at these files and see what state they are in. And you go to bring up the actual sensor recordings and whatnot, and you get an error message. Data cables cut is one of the error messages. There's an error message and a string of numbers and letters, which means data cables cut. Another one which is just file corrupted, file corrupted, file corrupted. Director override, deletion request, deletion request successfully failed.
What?
That's not how those words work.
It's not. Yeah, there's muttering coming from the gremlin. Shit. Okay, that's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. Okay.
And a prompt that does come up: data accessible only through local array terminal. Please retrieve data on site.
On site.
So like the actual
Where would that
array.
mean?
So if you remember from 2 weeks ago, the array was physically disconnected from the station. It looked like it was unbolted and cut away from the station. Still just like floating, only like a foot,
Yeah.
maybe a meter away from the station. It wasn't jettisoned, so to say, but it was cut, and that means not just it was unbolted, but all of the data cables that go from the array into the station looked like they were properly cut.
Forcefully removed.
However,
Okay.
that is its own sort of self-contained data array. So you can get into that array and grab the data from local storage, basically.
Okay. All right. Okay.
What's up?
I need to go
Or
outside.
to clarify more specifically, it would probably be easier to repair the damage. Do a bypass of the cables and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
There's not really a room inside the array, but all of the data is stored locally before it is also sent into the station. So what you will need to do, you work out, is that you will need to repair the connection.
What do you mean outside?
I mean that everything here is a burning dumpster. And I need to go get the trash before it comes into the dumpster. Everything here is garbage code. It's jumbled, it's corrupted. None of this is usable, which is great. I spent a lot of time copying and pasting. We need to go outside and get to the data array. Actually, Jack, question for you. Would I think that it's safer to just take the data array with us to a place that is potentially not corrupted? Before, like, do I think there is any danger in reconnecting it to a ship that is full of an NHP that is not working?
You don't know. It's an interesting idea. You would have to tow the data. I mean, you don't have a ship; you have your mech, so you would have to tow the data, the observation array with your mechs back to the gate, which would be doable.
Okay, because Shiv's paranoid. And doesn't love the idea of hooking up something that is potentially infected to the one source of uncorrupted data that we might have.
Well, again, Stacy's not part of this. The director override has removed Stacy from the central mainframe of the station and any primary
Gotcha.
functionality.
Right. Okay.
The station's mainframe itself is completely fine. If you reconnect the data
Right.
cables,
Stacy's already like floating in her own bubble, so I don't have to worry about
Yeah.
her touching what is.
Stacy's
Okay.
been moved to, computer quarantine.
She's got put in gay baby jail.
Poor baby. Okay. Okay, yeah, we need to reconnect it. It's the only source of uncorrupted data that we might have. It looks like they removed Stacy from everything.
But part of that director override also limits access to those files.
Gotcha.
So you will need to reset the director override.
Could I do that
Okay.
from here?
If you knew how to reset the director override.
Is this something I could figure out reasonably?
Presumably, it would need the director's override key.
Ah. Which means we need to find a director in this place.
So it's sort of a two-step
Okay.
process. And a two-step process that has contradictory problems here. One, you need to physically reconnect the array to the station, which is a hardware problem, not a software problem.
Okay.
Then you need to find the director override access key, which, I mean, might be your traditional Doom red key card, but is probably more likely, like a USB with, thousands of lines of code of password. Not something that you are going to be able to crack yourself in any sort of expeditious time. But taking the director override off could release Stacy and allow them, full reign of the station again.
Okay. I explain all of that and all of the ups and downs that I think that could unleash onto this ship to the other two in the room.
Okay.
Stacy,
Hello, star blood.
will not get used to that. What is the last known location of the director?
Last known location of director. There would not be a pause here, but just confirming my name. Last known.
It's that like dirt.
Right. Last known location of director Chrysander Warner is in Science Lab 031. That's the lab you were just in.
God, fuck it. I fucking knew it.
That makes sense. I knew it. Couldn't be.
Knew what? That our shitty luck would mean that the director is a vanishing ghost man?
Yes. That is exactly what I meant.
Oh, great, good. I'm so glad we're on the same wavelength here. That's great.
I do think it best if we minimize our time here as best we can.
What do you mean?
Well, if we split up, then someone can reconnect the array, and someone can go searching for wherever the access key may be.
I mean, if it got used, it's probably in this room, right?
It's possible.
Possibly.
We could look.
Yeah, I want to look for it.
Okay. Let me put it to you this way. When you lock a big fancy safe, do you leave the key in the lock?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not on purpose, but I think this whole situation is foobarred, so
You're not wrong.
it wouldn't hurt to
Yeah,
just
if you
saying.
want to search the area, feel free to do so.
Anything but separating in the spooky spaceship.
I mean, if the last place the director was seen was in the lab that we were just in, Athen and Solitaire, aka just Athen, were in there. So have him take a look.
Yep, still all good.
Thanks, bud.
Love that. So super helpful, friend. Okay. I think we should, because we can't take the data relay with us, right? Because that's not a good idea.
I mean, we can. It's just weird.
Sure.
That was more an idea out of my own anxiety. I'll be honest. I'm self-aware enough to know that.
Okay. I mean, that's a good frame of reference, though.
It is a good last resort.
I will say the difficulty there is you would still need the director override to access any of that data. And if you bring the array and not the override code, that could take quite a while even for Union to crack.
Yeah. So topmost priority is getting the override.
Yeah. If you cannot retrieve the data yourselves here, taking the whole array is, an acceptable fallback plan. But it would not technically accomplish your primary objective.
Mm-hmm.
Only in the most passive-aggressive way possible.
Right.
Which, to be fair, they sent us here with no information. And we're like, go do this thing without knowing what's going on. So it's not the worst response. But,
We literally signed up for this work, so...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We asked for this.
Alright. Okay, wait. So now that I know that there is a person moving in this ship, Jack, how hard would it be for me to create, I guess, not really create, but jerry-rig like an image scrubber across the cameras to try to find movement on the ship?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Go ahead and make me another hack roll.
Mm-hmm. And then would I get any kind of bonus from being in command center, I guess? Slash, actually, that's more of a question of, are there more cameras present in the ship that I just didn't have access to from checking from Buddy?
No.
Okay. But I'm just gonna roll +4. What is that? 16 total?
Okay. Yeah, you can set up this program to analyze all the cameras at once and alert you to movement. I assume you're including a plausible range of movement to be excluded for things like coffee cups slowly listing through zero gravity. But yeah, you can do that. It doesn't immediately send back any warnings.
Okay. Hey, Stacy?
Yes.
Which one of your staff was in the laboratory with us earlier?
We all were.
Ooh, I hate that answer.
Hate that.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
That's fair. Okay. Who's we?
We. Who is we? We are. We are who is. We.
Okay, that's fair.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it sounds like she's working something out.
You shall
Making
hear
connections.
the Herald's call before this body is destroyed.
Ooh, what? What does that mean, Stacy?
What does what mean, Stacy?
Oh.
Stacey, can you repeat the last 3 things that you said to us?
The last 3 things you said to us. That's a GM pause there. The last 3 things you said to us. I don't know.
Feel
what
free to
your-
hand wave and just tell us whether or not she repeats the spooky quote.
I mean, yeah, yes, yeah.
So, Starblood, would you please repeat the last 3 things you said to us?
Hey. Shiv, can you check that log you were looking at before?
Yeah. I assume you mean the one where
Yeah.
voices are picked up.
So,
Yeah.
To interject, yes, when Starblood, you ask if Stacy could repeat the last 3 things, Stacy will simply reply, "Have you cried?" Cried, Starblood.
Whatever we're going to do, we need to do now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Self-destruct initiated.
Ooh.
Self-destruct terminated.
No.
Self-destruct initiated. Self-destruct complete. Deactivated. Successful.
Oh.
There is just a flicker, just for a moment, that a sort of almost grinding sound overcomes. And again, and I'll point it out because you've asked specifically, Tavik again sort of reaches. I think his back is towards you, but they reach up and sort of pat at something at their chest for a moment, and their hand kind of lingers. And then as it comes down, you see just for a moment, it's just a little shaky, a little twitchy.
Okay. All right. Let's figure out what we're doing.
Well, as far as I can tell, there was only one potentially living person who might have bled out by now. So I don't know where else to start.
I guess we just go through the rooms.
Without any... You can look through the map. There's not really a security office or anything. This is not a military station. They probably didn't even really have designated security officers or Navy personnel here. They were secured by virtue of just nobody knows about this place, really. You're out in the middle of nowhere. It's very unlikely anything's going to come and bother you. Without any other indication otherwise, if it's not here, maybe it's on their person, maybe it's in their quarters. You know where crew quarters are.
Okay. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
we'll...
Check
Shiv's
the-
going to mark a path specifically on the map, based off map and cameras, of where bodies are along the way to quarters. And then we'll also just mark all the rooms where there are people / bodies present, because I don't know if they're living.
You do notice there is no route to crew quarters that does not go through a decompressed area of the station.
Unfun. Okay.
Okay.
Should I try repressurizing it?
I think the less heavy lifting we make the station do, the better.
Okay. Giddy up, I guess. Let's go. I hate this. Just start moving in a
Are
direction.
you sticking together, or, because it has been suggested, and there is a clear, yet unknown in specific, potential time limit, are you splitting up to cover both of these tasks simultaneously? Because you do have somebody here that is quite adept at mechanical handiwork. Desperado.
Mm-hmm.
Or should we leave it detached just in case we need to get the fuck out of here and we need to take it with us?
Attaching it is going to take a lot longer than cutting it away again.
That's fair.
It will take you a lot longer to purposely reattach and bypass, whereas you can just take a plasma cutter and just cut through things
Okay.
and just yank
Also,
it off the station with your thrusters if
Blacksmith
you really have to.
has a really big axe that he wants to use really badly.
It's
I'd
true.
love to give him that opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm sure he would be very thankful for that.
Blade 2's new chain axe. That might damage
yeah.
the array, but
Absolutely not.
last
Don't fuck
case
with my
scenario,
baby.
I suppose.
I'll go and I'll get the array together.
Okay. Try to. No, you can't because Solitaire will leave.
Nope.
Fine, you know the drill. Every 5 minutes. I don't care how annoying it gets. I
Still
want to know
good.
that you're alive. Thank you.
Like that.
Don't look at me like that. Making faces.
Okay, so I'm going to head back outside. We're gonna try and get the array.
Stay sharp.
Always am.
And I suppose that means you and I get some more bonding time.
Oh goody, just you, me, and a couple of dead bodies.
Perfect.
Alright. So, floating out of Station Command, Desperado goes back the way you came, and I suppose Bite and Starblood, you're going the opposite direction, trying to find a path to crew quarters.
As we take off, Starblood sort of, not needing to, but still does sort of look behind him at Bite and goes, "This time, please do stay behind me. It will make my job easier."
Oh, you're not worried about me running off behind you or anything?
Are you planning to?
No.
Then no, I'm not. But it's nice to know you wouldn't go running away from me.
You're just more appealing than the spooky ship. I wouldn't take it as a compliment.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. I don't think you would have always said that. That's alright. I prefer your company to the spooky ship too. Just barely.
Be still my beating heart.
Not while we're on a mission.
Well, you can make your way throughout this station. It is, of course, eerie how quiet and still it is in here. Unless otherwise prompted, you don't hear from Stacy. You're keeping to pressurized, powered sections of the station as long as you can. but you do eventually get to a bulkhead that is sealed. And you can see on the other side of it through that little viewport that the corridor beyond is dark, and you think you see one, maybe even two floating bodies in there.
Mm.
In that time as well, Desperado, you can make your way back to the airlock that you used to get in here.
I'm going to do so. Will I need to? Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask, do you have... Would it be reasonable that you bring tools with you? Your mechs do have integrated into them basic fabrication capabilities,
Mhm.
because you are able to fabricate things during short rest, quick repairs or whatnot. I think they are still called short rest, quick repairs, or something else. So you do have fabricators, so you can actually, and a small supply of commonly used materials, you can fabricate components that you may need and tools that you may need.
Okay. I imagine that Desperado does keep his tools with him. So, and given the fact that this was going to be a derelict station, he would have had them at least with his mech in case they needed them.
Excellent. So you can push yourself back to your mech, gather your tools, and start EVA crawling on the exterior of this space station towards where the array is simply floating there. I will say you will probably need to jump in and out of your mech every now and then to just grab onto the array and thrust it down into the station to get some of the connectors set up. But you can fabricate extra data cables and whatnot and do bypasses of the actual cabling before you then need to actually realign like screw joints and clamps and whatnot.
Cool.
Is there anything in particular you would like to do while you're out here? Or any way you might like to try to speed this up or make it easier? Or are you just going to be tinkering away in the background?
I mean, if there's a way to speed it up, I would love to. I would also like to see how, or what happened here.
Okay.
Whether or not it was just like removed, or if there was like how it was removed from the array or from the rest of the station.
All right. I like that. So go ahead and, well, of course, that's going to be a roll. I'd say of invent or create is kind of tangentially related here, but I think it works because you're trying to figure out how they broke something. Figuring out how something is broken is kind of the first step to fixing it. Sometimes.
Hell yeah. Cool. So after the roll, it's a 17.
Okay. This does look methodical to you.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like there were things that were properly disconnected from the inside, i.e. there's no like fraying or tearing or cutting from the components that you see on the array itself or any of the parts sticking out of the station.
Okay.
In those components that you recognize are probably controllable or at least accessible mechanically, maybe not through a computer system automatically, but mechanically accessible from the inside of the station, looks like they have been disconnected appropriately. However, other things, specifically the data cables themselves, look like they were cut with a plasma torch.
Okay. During one of my updates, I will send to Shiv and Tavik. So the array was removed with some precision, but the data cables were cut. Just thought that was interesting.
You can also see, I imagine you're giving this a pretty thorough look over. And this is going to take some time as they're navigating the station itself. But looking not just at the connector pieces, you can actually, pull yourself around up on top of this thing and actually look at the arrays itself. It does look like some of the antennae and whatnot have been scratched. There's dent marks and whatnot. I mean, you see every now and then these tiny little pocket marks, just from, micrometeor impacts or something. And there's
Sure.
the normal space weathering of dust over time. But this looks like more than that. It doesn't look like it was terribly successful, but it looks like somebody just took a wrench or something and started beating on the arrays. Obviously it didn't work because they're made out of very durable material. It looks like somebody
Right.
tried.
Somebody tried to beat this thing and failed. Trying to stop a signal, seems like.
What for if they were just monitoring something?
I imagine they got something in that they didn't like. Or something that didn't need to get out. It's my guess, anyway.
Do we know of anything that can be transmitted like that can fuck up an NHP?
You don't know much about NHPs.
In general.
Yeah. Solitaire is your NHP expert, and he's not exactly,
He's a little out on vacation at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taken 5. Maybe 15.
Oh, right.
But nobody really exactly knows how NHPs work. I mean, even modern today, IRL, we don't really know how AI works. It just does. Trying to trace its pathways, it gets wonky. But NHPs aren't AI. They're not just program. Asking, how an NHP works is like asking how a human works. How does a human work?
Yeah.
You can answer that in plenty of different ways, whether you're talking biologically, psychologically, molecularly, electronically.
Yeah. But no one good answer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we don't turn it back. Do we want to turn it back on?
If we don't, then we go back having failed. Unless it is that you want to bring that with us, which could potentially be more disastrous if they plug it into their own network.
They want us to recover the information. We should recover the information.
Our job.
So, yeah, I'm still gonna connect it. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. All right. You get to work. Back inside the station. Bite, Starblood. You're at this corridor, as I described before. It's a bulkhead. Presumably it's easily accessible, but it is vacuum on the other side. It looks like it has been powered off, or at least the lights are off. And there is a number of things floating in there. It is dark, so you can't make out a lot of detail. Potentially bodies.
Okay. Is there a way to secure the room that we're currently in so that way we don't depressurize wildly behind us?
You can go back to one of the, the next set of interior bulkheads and see if you can close that and do a controlled depressurization. Yeah.
I'd like to try to do that, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a roll for that. And that, of course, will be
Okay.
a hack roll.
Thank God. Not my best work. That's a 9.
Okay, beautiful.
Had to happen.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So you get into the system, and yeah, the central mainframe of the station is intact. Again, Stacy being control interface is the most direct route. Without getting into back doors and whatnot. And even then, really, no, Stacy is connected to this.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you try to go around them or not, they are connected to this. But you do successfully input the prompt to close the bulkhead. However, as soon as that bulkhead closes, the other one on the other side of the corridor opens up, and you two are evacuated with the atmosphere into the other decompressed section of this station. Unless you guys...
I am immediately trying to grab bite.
All right. Well, this is the same roll we tried last time this happened, which I believe... Let me go over here. Because I know mechs have their own... Fortunately, it was 2 weeks ago. Mechs have their own sort of stats, but you guys also have armor, you have electronic defense, evasion, speed. It's not really an evasion roll. What did I make this last time? Does anyone remember?
I think an agility check.
I think it will, yeah.
Yeah, you guys have your own agility, right? Why am I not finding this on on ComCon? All right. Well, roll me an agility. Oh, there you are. Yeah.
Trying to find how to roll that on here.
Right. Am I rolling at all to try to help? To be caught like a silly little mouse?
Is that your approach?
I think Shiv's instinct is to turn into a little roly-poly and roll in tight so that, like, my arms and legs aren't flailing around and hitting shit.
Which is perfect because Havoc is immediately trying to, like, grab and cover.
Incredible.
Yeah, well, having yourself spread out means that there's more for Tavik to grab onto.
Yeah.
So, Tavik, take
I don't want
a
to
point of
break
difficulty.
bones.
Can I make an argument for something?
Sure. You can always make an argument for something.
So, Tavik is, for lack of a better term, a real flashy asshole. Would I be able to argue that what he's attempting to do here in grabbing Shiv and ensuring that there is a at least reasonably stable landing using the mobility from his hard suit could be argued to be sort of a show-off trigger? It's I wholly admit it's a stretch.
No. There are certain skills in this game, one of them being show off. That is something that players are always going to say, I just do it flashy and I get my bonus on everything I do. I don't think that's the intent of show off.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, excuse me.
And I think that's more of a social skill
of some kind. Just a flat roll then?
With difficulty, because she's made herself harder to catch.
Yes. Do I add my grit for this? I forget.
I
forget.
I believe I don't think grit applies to these checks. I know it does not apply to skill checks, which is essentially what we're doing in a roundabout wrong sort of fashion. So I'm going to say no.
Okay. There's a
yeah, sorry. Shiv's survival instinct outweighs teamwork in this scenario.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Yeah, if I just do a test roll on Hajiri here, did that work? Yeah, that does not add grit just going through the system.
No problem. Okay, so because I can't find agility, I'm just gonna roll hard dice if that's okay.
So if you open up your character
Um,
sheet and go to the pilot tactical data,
Oh, sure.
just above talents.
Okay, yes. That's a 13.
Okay,
Oh.
sweet. Yes, you can use your mobility hard suit to sort of just kind of grab on to Shiv like she's a large baseball, and still have enough maneuverability thrusters to kind of wedge yourself into a corner, maybe grab onto some of that, security harness netting that they keep up to, like
Yeah, I think
press
there's
boxes
a
and stuff into the walls and whatnot.
yeah. I think there's a moment where as we are jettisoned back and Shiv goes full pill bug. That's kind of almost exactly what happens. Is Tavik sort of throws himself at an angle, and so Shiv almost sort of like cannonballs into their chest. They sort of wrap an arm around them and push off of a piece of debris to be able to get close enough to grab that netting, and then just use that momentum to swing off into that little like cutout corner that keeps them from being flung further. And then just sort of keeps themselves around Bite for the time being until,
Yeah, it doesn't
whatever
take
comes
long
next.
for the atmosphere to equalize out into these two different areas because you may remember there's not any structural damage here. It just seems that for some reason that section of the station was decompressed. Not explosively decompressed, purposefully or at least malfunctioningly decompressed. So there is a quick rush of air, but it does just as quickly sort of stabilize. However, it does mean that the air is quite thin in here, but you guys are relying on your suits anyway.
As soon as it's depressure, as soon as it's balanced out again, Tavik just sort of lets go.
I would like it just one time if I didn't get flung somewhere. I'm 0 for 2 at the moment, and I bet you when I go to open this door over here,
Tavik,
shit's gonna
you
happen again.
turn around as Shiv is talking, complaining. You turn around and you are face to face with the Oracle, just floating there, dead-eyed, listening.
Shiv is speaking, and Tavik, as they are turning, he goes, "Yes, well, perhaps you
For reference, it's just a dead body to me.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, dude.
However, the eyes are cloudy. It's not the
Cloudy?
Oracle, but the eyes are cloudy, milky.
Would I know if that came from being suddenly depressurized?
It could, actually. Could easily, yeah.
Either way, I don't like that he's unfortunately face to face with a dead body. So I'm gonna go, hey. I'm gonna pull him back so that it creates space.
As you go to pull him back, it's very easy because he's already sort of, you can see because he's still floating a little bit. You can see that Tavik is sort of almost like taking a half step, like he would be backing up if his feet were planted, but they are not. So they are not. And then you sort of pull him back and. And I think then you see like the helmet tilt. I don't know if ever the visor was made opaque or not, but you see the helmet tilt, and then Starblade sort of reaches out slowly towards the corpse, towards the Oracle.
Dude, no. Where are you right now? Are you good?
What?
There's the attitude, at least. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Why?
Nothing we have time for right now. Come on.
Later then. And as they begin to walk, if it's cool with everyone, I'm gonna poke a finger in here for a moment. There's this sort of I don't think it's even a cut. I think it's just audio over them sort of moving forward. And it's just it's Tavik's voice again, and he's going, I haven't spoken to anyone about it yet. What happened? It's in the report, but it's shallow. I don't know why. And no matter what I do, he won't let me go. He's just always there. And I don't know how to talk about that. That one just sort of hangs for a second.
Do you want anything more from that, or is that a good fade off of Tavik's inner thoughts?
I'm cool with that.
All right. So, Shiv stops you from reaching out and making contact with this corpse floating there. Gets you centered back in reality, presumably, and pushes forward. And as you push yourself forward along the corridor, as you pass by this corpse that is clearly not the Oracle, you swear you hear, "It will be an honor."
Immediately, Tavik swings around, gun drawn, fully prepped to fire. And I think he does, actually. I think he fires on the corpse.
The first indication that there is anything unusual, Shiv, is the because, of course, turning around in 0G does not make a sound. You just suddenly hear gunfire.
Yep, 3 shots.
Shiv full body flinches and like curls, ready to be shot, I guess. And then when the sound stops, whips around. What the fuck do you think you're doing? No! What the fuck do you think you're doing? And she was gonna like push him a bit.
You punch Starblood's shoulder, and the two of you just slowly drift apart.
Yeah, and I don't give a shit. Shiv's irate very suddenly. Talk to me about putting us in danger. What the fuck are you doing?
Thought I heard something.
So you fire on it?
It wasn't going to be friendly.
You know. There could be survivors in here. They're just fucking scientists. What are you doing?
There could be. You're right. And I would think that upon us entering, or at least repressurization of the rooms connected, would have clued them in to do, say, or otherwise make their presence known, but they didn't. At that point, whatever it is that would be trying to get the drop on us is not going to be friendly.
Hey, fucking major alert here, Silver Spoon. But we're in a scenario where we don't know jack shit. We don't know why these people are like this. We don't know what happened. We don't know why their NHP is on the fucking fritz or why they're in overdrive to the point where, you know, we could just self-destruct suddenly. We don't know anything.
And what, we're supposed to walk around and wait to die? You're right, we don't know anything. We have no
Good
idea
job.
what happened here.
Good job. You shot a corpse. Maybe put your fucking gun away.
And as that exchange ends, and there's that just animosity in the air, you see him sort of reach up and then stop. Put his hand back down.
Drifting past the tension between the two of you, and now the clutter, including corpses that have been sent sort of careening off of the walls due to the pressure differential here. You can push past and get to the other end of this corridor. Same problem you had before in reverse. You are now in a partially decompressed area, opening up into, or, well, it is closed, but will open up into a properly pressurized area. Not as bad this time, since you kind of have
Okay.
half pressure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess,
I'm actually
yeah, I
not
guess I'm
going...
just opening doors.
Yeah, I'm not going to make this any more difficult. The riskiness isn't as inherently there anymore, because even if you do have a pressure differential, it's not going to be nearly as dangerously swift and forceful. So you tamper around with the doors for a bit, and it doesn't open smoothly. It cracks open. There's a pull and a lurch as the atmosphere is... actually a push and a lurch as the atmosphere from outside gets pulled inside this lesser atmospheric pressure area, but not violently so before the door opens up once more, and the air is even more diffuse than it was before. And then you hear gunfire. And we're going to take
And
a break.
the weapon immediately is drawn in. Okay, sorry.
And we will pick up in a little bit, presumably with Starblood reacting in some way, in just a little bit. So, get up, stretch, go outside, get away from spooky space station for a little bit, but make sure to come right back in front of your TV, your computer, wherever you are. Sit back down once we are back in about 10 minutes or so. We might have some extra players. We'll see who can jump in. There is certainly plenty more to come, and it's not getting any more normal anytime soon.
Oh, God.
We'll see you in a bit, folks.
Lovely.
Some flashing lights and some fun music. The Starcrier Conflict is brought to you in part by Veil the Void Reforged. Pierce the veil and adventure through the void as a vampiric alien, a sentient plant, or even a bottled aspect of the cosmos. These and countless other characters can face off against massive cosmic space worms, demons from the Broken Realms, and even travel through the roots of the newly rediscovered world tree of Yggdrasil. Find your next favorite adventure in Veil the Void Reforged. Visit sdgcreatives.com to learn more and pick up your own copy of Veil the Void Reforged today. Hello, folks. We are back from break, and we have a new cast member with us. Everybody, welcome back, Sean. We will
Welcome back, Sean.
We missed you.
We will be reviving Solitaire from whatever's going on with him right now. Still waiting on Andrew. We might take a little bit of a break in a little bit and see if we can bring him in again as well. But I'm not going to worry about a recap because you've been otherwise preoccupied this entire time. So we're going to jump right in. Solitaire. August. You hear the piercing wail of an infant. Feel the vastness of the galaxy. Smell the dust and musk of a long-sealed crypt. Flashes of nebulae or some kind of space gas. Black holes burning, dripping. Gases forming into geometric shapes, sinking and rising and twirling and dissipating. You feel cool and warm at the same time. Like a cool drink on a hot summer's day and simultaneously the warmth of a fireplace in the dead of winter. You feel like you forget something. Something very important that needs to be said. And there's a pain that comes with that. But a pain that excites you. And you look down to see explosions across your body as pieces of Starship Hall are blasted apart. Apart from you. And you see yourself sitting in a science lab, looking at a floor-to-ceiling glass tube filled with the piercing wail of an infant. The vastness of the galaxy, the dust and musk and absence. Home. You hear Athen say, "Welcome home, Solitaire."
Athen?
Oh, you back with us, bud?
What happened?
Oh, we're gonna ask you that, actually. You good? Oh, also, hold up. All good. Oh, also he's awake, so better than all good.
Look, the hell are we just? What the hell happened?
Yeah, I don't know how much you remember, where we lost you, but we heard noise in here. There was some dude who was trying to break this open. You came to come look at it, and then you kind of shut down. They all went on ahead, but you were adamant about not leaving this room. So I'd stay behind.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't remember that last part. We came in and there was a computer that Bite was trying to get into. And
Oh yeah,
the NHP
Stacy, she's
seemed to be
fucked.
on for it. Yeah, Stacy. Yeah, she seemed to be having a day.
More than a
Where's-
day, I'm sure.
Where's everybody else?
Yeah, they went on ahead to actually do the mission. I'm a little out of the loop, so let's meet up with them somewhere. I think I heard Desperado was going outside to fix the array, reconnect it. We could go do that, or the other two were going to rummage around crew quarters and see if they could find something.
Well, I don't necessarily like the idea of Desperado going out there by himself, so maybe we'll go give him a hand.
Yeah, hey, maybe I'll get to throw around a whole space station array system.
God, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
I really would.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
All right,
All right, it does sound.
let's go, you weirdo.
Yeah. Yeah, let's. He kind of stops and just for a second kind of glances back to whatever he was so focused on before.
Yeah, so you find yourself now, you are in this science lab on the station. You notice there are a few of these little ruby red marbles that are just floating through the air. Blood that has formed together in these little droplets floating in the 0G of this room. There's computer terminals along the walls, one attached to this canister. The lights are flickering on and off every now and then. The computers don't seem to want to reboot. The one attached to this, I don't want to say stasis chamber, but this big glass tube, sort of floor-to-ceiling glass containment vessel. There's a computer attached to it, or at least a terminal attached to it, whose view screen has been utterly smashed. The keyboard or LCARs or whatever interface you want to imagine has been absolutely smashed. And you can see there's this spiderweb crack of just the exterior glass layer on this tube. But inside, you see what looks like nebular gas, which is strange because nebulae are massive diffuse structures. So
Right.
you can't really you can't really condense those down into something that you can fit into a canister and actually see anything. If this was nebula particulate, it'd be like minute fractions, parts per million, of whatever composition that may be. But it looks like just a swirling nebula in there. And you can't...
Just at a...
You can't shake. You're out of the rapid flashes of that vision and the experiences and visions and sounds and smells, but there is still in the back of your mind that wail, that dust, that emptiness, that feeling that something really needs to be said.
Just at a quick glance, does this console look like it has any kind of removable media?
No. Bite thought the same thing, attempted the same thing. It looks like all of the stations, all of the terminals at this station are connected to the central mainframe of the station itself, but there's not like individual hard drives that you can pull. Not locally. You would have to go to the station mainframe.
No floppy disks?
Nope.
All right,
Sorry, we're not actually playing Aliens.
Just shake my head. Follow after Athen.
All right.
Got it.
For Andrew's sake, that is where I request is to stop playing Athen. So if you would like to be better informed, please do reach out to the other characters who are here. But let's do a quick cut as the two of you turn back down the corridor, back the way you initially came, back to the airlock, presumably to go meet up with Desperado. The camera pivots away down the other hallway very quickly before it smashes to a bulkhead, opening up once more, and then 3 shots, gunfire, ring out. Starblood, you spin in that direction, pull your weapon, and you see further down the corridor, sort of floating, just top half body, listing out from a doorway along the wall, few meters down the corridor. You see the Oracle, once again, with a pistol, just... It doesn't look like he has hardly any control over shooting this thing, which is difficult enough in 0G. Bullets twing, twing, twing around you. Not far from you. These are not big hallways. Somebody
Is there any cover?
Not really. Not full body cover. You might be able to duck behind, like, a box somewhere just floating in this corridor. But this is 7-foot wide circular corridor that you're floating through.
Sure. Yeah, then Tavik is again trying to position himself so that he is between the person wielding the gun, the Oracle with the gun, and you can hear over the comms the shaky breathing, but again, he's firing all 3 shots in return. There's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to get cover. This is an immediate danger situation, and he fires back.
All right. And that is going to be a roll. NPCs don't roll to hit you, but they will react if you have consequences. Now, I am going to, yeah, you know what? This is just going to be a standard roll, because if you do, for some reason, fail, you can choose to push it.
Okay. There it is.
So wait, you said this was just the top half of somebody?
It looks like this person, and actually, to you, Bite, this is not the Oracle. This is the person you saw before. Grabbed onto the doorway, leaning out and firing. So he's kind of grabbed onto the doorway. Of course, he's floating, so you got the shoulder, and he's kind of drifting out a bit. He's not presenting a full profile to shoot at, but the important bits are exposed.
Gotcha.
If you as well would like to react, please do so.
Yeah, in the middle of wild gunfire, shouting from around the corner, "We're Lancers! Cut it the fuck out!"
Okay. You shout that out as Starblood returns fire.
I know, which is so unhelpful, and they're gonna get mad about it later.
I got a 9.
Okay. As I said, you can choose to push this to a risky roll, if you would like.
I'm gonna do that, yeah. Absolutely gonna do that.
All right.
That's a 17.
Okay. When rolling a risky skill check, a character always suffers the consequences on any result under 20. You still succeed on a 10+, but under 20, you also take consequences. Starblood, Tavik, you fire back. I assume your standard 3-shot burst, as you are.
Yep.
You are prone to do.
1, 2, 3. Mm-hmm.
The first, you don't hit the first 2 shots. You're not aiming center mass. All of this happened very quickly. As soon as the door opened, which already you were dealing with pressure differential and being pushed backwards slightly as the atmosphere rushed into this corridor. And you were still just recovering from your experience coming face to face with the Oracle once again, moving past and then hearing that it will be an honor. You just fired 3 shots 10 seconds ago. Turn around, open the door, 3 shots are taken at you. So you whip around and fire your weapon back, twing, twing, and then down in the abdomen, just under the rib, spurts of blood. These little scarlet beads drift off down the hallway. A couple of them splatter and leave these red, almost paintball splotches against the wall. As this figure returns fire. And actually, because I'm a jerk, I'm rolling something. Okay. Not that big of a jerk.
Fear.
You get hit. You return fire, but you also take a shot to the leg, and you take 2 points of damage. Not a serious wound, but again, you only have 6 HP. And
yeah, 7, I think.
7, right, grit. Yep, we leveled up. You take a shot to the knee. You can feel the warm sting of the blood, and then you feel this immediate cold as your suit reacts to seal that wound with a quick burst of some sort of, plastic ceramic compound that'll seal that wound shut.
Is it ballistic? Is it like a bullet? Or is it...
It doesn't immediately feel like plasma fire, so it's probably a bullet.
Okay. Yeah, there's a hissing sound of pain that you can hear through comms, and I think after a moment of sort of him beginning to rotate, there's a beeping sound, although it's space. And then he falls to the ground, feet clamped to as Tavik activates the mag clamps. And he sort of goes down on a knee, still with the gun trained.
Okay.
And there is still that heavy breathing that you can hear.
Yeah, you get shot, quickly activate your mag boots, and look away just enough to ascertain your injury, clamp yourself down, and in that time, this individual has pushed himself back inside this room, whatever room that was. You can see a few more beads of blood trail off into this corridor.
Shiv's gonna see him disappear and apparently retreat. Trust that for now, and then go to Starblood. You idiot.
Stay low.
I'm not patching this until you're almost dead. You better know that.
That's fine. I didn't expect you to. I'm not sure I'd trust you with it anyway. For now, let's try and ensure that I don't need to patch you, because he is still out there. And unless he's been firing for quite some time, he's going to have more rounds.
Well, he's extra injured now, so I'm sure our one resource of information is, for one, very happy to see us, and two, even closer to death.
If he's wildly firing on us, I hate to be the one to have to offer you this reality check, but the fact is, he's not going to give us any information. He's not interested in talking to us. He doesn't think we're here to save him, because the truth is, we may not be.
I will also point out, just for context again, not to interrupt a very good roleplay scene, but just because I think it's important. It's been 5 years since this station went dark. Not 5 years, 2 years. It's been 2 years. It took 2 years of real-time space travel to get from Far Station 12 to the gate, plus a day or so to get to the observation post. But it's been 2 years. Just contextualizing that.
Yeah.
I
think he's scared.
He's dangerous.
When are you going to start seeing people as people?
When are you going to start realizing the danger that you are stepping into? I understand maybe more than most how easy it can be to misgauge danger when you live your life on... Never mind. We don't have time for this right now. Person or threat, maybe both. He's still out there somewhere. He still has a gun. If you want to try and make good, you are welcome to. But if he opens fire again, I will return it. Because I mean what I say. We are all making it back. Alive.
I'm taking lead.
That is a bad idea.
Tough shit. I'm not letting you kill our one asset unless he's actively trying to kill me.
And he wasn't?
Just let me try.
I will let you try. But if it looks like you are going to get hurt, I am going to react. I think that's a reasonable compromise.
Can you stand?
I can float.
Right.
I can walk if I need to. I don't need to.
Fine. You're mobile. Whatever.
Yes, I'm mobile.
Let's go.
Bite. Before
Yeah.
we proceed, since you have both stay cool and read a situation, I would like you to give me a check using one of those, a d20 plus 2.
Oh.
Doesn't matter which. I just, they both work, but they don't compound.
I'll send a picture if you want. That's a nat 20.
All right, that's cool by me. But that was the same person you saw back in the lab.
Yeah.
He was not injured this time, but he was just shot right where you saw his wound to be.
So we didn't re-injure him. He was fixed, and then Tavik shot him. Ooh.
Let me
Fucking
clarify.
weird.
Because this was a nat 20, you stayed cool.
Yeah.
You read that situation. He did not look like he had been here for 2 years. He was not emaciated. His clothes were not dirty. There was no bullet wound or coagulated blood around where that wound was. He was not moving as if he was injured. He was just shot, right where he was shot. I point that out to the player, Haley. It is very reasonable that Bite assumes what you originally thought, because why would she think anything else?
Yeah, why otherwise? Okay.
But because you got a nat 20, that's exactly where that wound was. And that's exactly what that wound would have been caused by.
Oh boy.
And you immediately get a headache.
Ooh. Yeah, I think the moment the ire towards Tavik like starts to cool enough to like proceed like professionals, like you'll watch Shiv kind of turn to like start to face that hallway again. Pause. And then immediately rub at her temples.
Well, you sort of knock against your helmet. And,
Yeah. Like shit. It hurts and now I can't even do the thing that isn't even helpful for helping me feel better. And just kind of stop.
Are you alright? He asks with a grunt as Tavik sort of rises again, and then slowly the mag clamps sort of deactivate, and he gives
You're in no position to ask.
better to know than not.
It's a dumb thought.
What is
We
it?
don't have time. Did he look wounded before you shot him?
No.
I already know the answer to that. No.
I'm not sure.
This shit is fucked.
What?
He wasn't injured, but you shot him where he was supposed to be injured.
What?
When we first saw him in the lab, he had that wound. He was bleeding as he was trying to hit that thing.
You're right, and that wasn't where.
But you just shot him.
Question, Jack.
Yes, Locke.
When I saw him just now, did he have any other wounds or any wounds?
No?
Okay.
Well, let me clarify. You saw the Oracle.
Yes, that's what I mean. But
Yes.
but was it pre or post?
Oh, before you buried an axe in his chest? Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure.
Incredible.
Yes. And you're right, because where he was bleeding from before wasn't even where. Yes. No. Yes.
We don't have time for that. That's absolutely improbable. We should go.
Just before we do, I need you to understand something.
If you're going to try to dad me right now, I need you to shove it up your ass, all right?
I have. Please believe me when I tell you I have no interest in being any semblance of a father figure in your life in any way.
Oh,
And furthermore,
that's
deeply
great.
apologize if at any point you got that misconception. What I am trying to tell you is that he is dangerous.
Yeah,
Whether
you already
you
said
want
that.
it to be true or not. He's crazy.
No, that's cruel. Never mind. Let's go.
You drift forward, and you do see, above the arch of this doorway here, Director Cassander Warner. The nameplate, Dr. Cassander
Yeah.
Warner. This is his room.
Okay. And the door is closed, and this is
The
where
door is open.
I watched him. Oh, it's open.
Yes.
But I watched him go into this specific
You
room?
watched him push himself back into this room. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna stand
Float.
a few paces a few paces away from where the door is opened with my kind of back to the wall. But I'm watching that entrance. I'm just gonna knock on the wall.
Covering it.
Are you Dr. Warner?
You don't hear any response.
Look, we're Lancers sent. We're sent to try to help. Jack, you originally said that there's only cameras in the hallways, right? Not in
Yes.
rooms?
There are no cameras inside personal quarters.
There wouldn't happen to magically be a camera that's in this hallway enough that I could get a peek into this room.
No. Not a
Figured.
useful peek.
That's fine. Had to try. I guess I'm gonna wait, give him a amount of time to respond. Obviously he doesn't. Look, we don't know what happened here, but it's clearly fucked. Don't you want to get out?
What do you want to do?
Okay. I don't know.
I have
Shiv's
an
going
idea.
to. Shiv's gonna pull out the crossbow. The first time she's done it, the whole time, really. You shoot second.
If he shoots first, I will shoot second.
Deal.
And then Tavik presses a button on the data pad that he has on his arm. Check.
Yes.
I am going to take a hit of juice.
All right. Are there any I will try to pull this up as quickly as I can. Are there any here we are. Are there any unintended side effects of
For juice, there can be, yes.
well, I was going to say doubling up on these things.
So I assume at this point the freeze has kind of run dry, which is why he's reacted the way he did the last time with the...
You've had a number of powerful adrenaline spikes, so probably. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
So juice, juice heightens senses and alertness, reduces fatigue, and shortens reaction time. Occasionally provokes rage in some users. All right, I'll remember that.
Oh boy. That's a great combo. Awesome. Just gonna give you rage for a second. Okay. With that kind of weird truce in place, she's gonna turn, step a little closer to that door. I'd appreciate it if you didn't shoot me. And with nothing else to do, it's gonna step into that doorway and try to take a look.
You step into the doorway, and you immediately see on the other side of the room, it's not a large room, I'll detail the rest later, soon. You see on the other side of the room, maybe less than 10 feet from you, smeared into the walls in what looks like old, coagulated, browning blood. Yesterday is wrong. We are not ready for us. There's nobody in this room. It's a small domicile. There's a bed off to one side, a workstation off to the other, a set of drawers with a few knickknacks on top, and written in blood on the wall in front of you. Yesterday is wrong. We are not ready for us. And we're going to fade for a moment there as we bring our final cast member back, I believe. So we're going to take a quick break in our suspense here, and let's see if we can't bring Andrew in on this. So bear with us. This is not going to be another 10-minute break. I'm going to do this as quickly as possible. So please stay here, and we will get back to whatever weird paracausal creepy nonsense is going on in this space station. Stay tuned, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Otherwise,
All right, we are back, and I believe everybody's beautiful faces are where they should be. Excellent. So welcome back, Andrew. We got the full cast here, and I can stop role-playing Athen.
Hey Jack, real quick.
Yes.
For Shiv, there's a little sliver at
There
the
is.
top of the overlay.
There is. Okay, I will fix that. Let's, we will pick up, well, not exactly where we left off, because we did fade there for suspense. And let's head back to the airlock, actually, where Blacksmith and Solitaire, you are getting ready to decompress the airlock once again and head outside. The intent being to meet up with Desperado, who is trying to perform cable bypasses to reconnect the array back to the station mainframe so you can actually access the data from the array that you need. In doing so, he has found that there were places that looked like it was purposely, properly disconnected, and other places that looked like it had been violently disconnected with, say, plasma cutters and whatnot. Jaws of life kind of stuff. So he is performing repairs and trying to get this set up, and Solitaire, also being quite adept at mechanical handiwork, decided to go pitch in there. And you've been, I presume, rightly concerned because Solitaire has spent the last cough amount of time we've been on this station just sort of zoned out, staring at this floor-to-ceiling glass tube that looked like it had a nebula inside of it. A whole bunch of colorful swirling space gases. And he just recounted to you, and I will let you play this out again now that you are here, and I'm not role playing for you. Well, just general weirdness in Solitaire coming back to it. But you decompress the airlock once more. The exterior door opens up, and you can make your way out into the quiet, floating nothingness of space.
So, hey, Solitaire, you good?
You notice he's sticking very close to the hull of this station and appears to be trying to make as quick a time as possible to get up to where Desperado is. But yeah, no, I'm good.
Just out here, do you have mag clamps?
No.
Okay. We're gonna piggyback this, because I have mag clamps. I'm just gonna start walking us up, and that way I'll either keep a hold of you, or you can just hold on to me, so that way we can make better time.
Excellent. You did.
Okay, so... Okay.
I don't know what's going on in this place, but I'll be damned if it ain't connected to whatever the hell he got put in my head.
Yeah, that seems right. Just out of curiosity, have we heard from Bite or Starblood? I know I've been checking in with Bite, but have we heard anything back?
Your last check-in was less than 5 minutes ago, and all the craziness that just happened was less than 5 minutes ago. So if you would like to, you know, chime in once again and get everybody on the group call, now would be a perfect time to do it.
Okay. Hey, Desperado, I'm plodding towards you. It might take me a minute or two. I got Solitaire in tow. How you doing up there?
Doing just fine. This has been so fun. A live check to Bite and Starblood.
There's a long pause.
I said a live check.
Alive.
Bite? What's going on in there?
We had some
Starblood,
company.
we ran into that guy from the lab, but he disappeared again. And he left a message this time.
What does that mean? What kind of message?
I'm sorry, I have to correct this. He can't have left that. That's old.
I mean, it took you. I mean, even with the conversation you had, 2 minutes to have that conversation. No way he did that in 2 minutes, and the blood has definitely been coagulated longer than that.
Jack, remind me of the exact wording.
Yesterday is wrong. We are not ready for us.
All right, Solitaire, does that mean anything to you?
No, I know. I never heard anything like that before.
Okay.
Yesterday does
Tavik.
sound wrong, though. Not the
Hey,
phrase.
Dad.
The phrase doesn't sound familiar, but yeah, yesterday does sound wrong.
Hate that so much is the thing.
And you're
Okay.
You're
That's
not
I've
sure
never
if
heard
you're
that.
you're not sure if you're ready. You don't know. I mean, you don't consciously ready for what? But yesterday there's something in it. Yesterday is wrong. You're not sure if you're ready.
I don't know. There's something about it, though. I don't. Oh, maybe it reminds me of something. But it's. I don't know. Can't put my finger on. What the hell else has been going on with y'all? What? You saw this guy and he just ran off?
Yeah.
We exchanged fire.
Starblood, we are here to save people, not fucking shoot
wait,
them.
Hold on.
We
hold on.
fired
Hold,
on
hold the
us.
goddamn hell on.
Hold on.
Are you injured?
I'm fine.
He got shot in the leg.
Thank you. So you're injured. Next
Right.
question. Next question. You said he shot at you.
He engaged, I returned fire.
Okay. And then what happened to him after?
He retreated into the room we're looking at now, where the message is.
Okay. And like, does it make sense that he ran into that room? Like, is there somewhere that he could have hidden?
No.
Jack, is there?
No, there's not even a wardrobe in here. The bed's attached to the wall. No. There's just nobody here.
Okay. Okay. Weird thing.
You do,
We're just gonna go with it.
however, sorry to interrupt you. You do, however, quick glance around. See a gun just listing in the 0G.
I know in our time right now, it's easy to tell if a gun has been recently fired. Is that something we can do right now too?
Yeah, you can go over to the gun. It does look like relatively simple ballistic projectile weapon. It's nothing terribly fancy. It's probably low yield, soft rounds. As to not risk puncturing the station. Not that that's really a concern anymore with how structurally sound all these things are. But it's an anti-personnel weapon, and a sort of low grade security one at that. Not military grade equipment. But you can press your glove against the end of the barrel. Your suit will tell you that it is picking up warmth, and probably not gunpowder residue. Even a simple pistol would probably use some sort of magnetic acceleration. But you can interface with the weapon. I'm sure even the simplest weapons are smart weapons nowadays. You can interface with the weapon, and it has just been fired a few minutes ago.
Okay. Can I tell how old the weapon is?
Again, with relativistic distances and cosmopolitan life, this particular you can pull up.
How long has it
Well,
been in use?
How long has this weapon been in? I don't know how much data a smart weapon is actually going to store on
Right.
itself. I don't think you
It
have
might
that
have
information.
registered when it was originally registered to its user. Would it have a date for that?
Yeah, it was originally registered to its user about 4 years ago. No, about 6 years ago.
And do we have a name for the user?
Yes, Cassandra Warner.
Okay. All right. This place is all kinds of fucked.
Okay. Just out of general curiosity, especially, with some of us being diaspora kids, would we have ever heard of anything about like temporal anomalies, any kind of spooky crap
Absolutely
like
not.
that?
No. Again, this is player information. I'm sure you're thinking,
Yeah.
ooh, paracausal Horus nonsense. Yeah, the term paracausal is not used much. You might vaguely have an understanding that NHPs are somewhat paracausal, whatever that may mean. But especially for you diaspora kids, as you call it. And again, you're not really diaspora kids, you're more Union Rim kids. But yeah, you don't have any grasp on paracausality,
Okay.
or higher end Horus stuff, or higher end experimental SSC stuff. You may have, I will say, probably Solitaire looking into SSC because you're going down the SSC route. And I think Black Witch has some weirdness to them, though I think it's mostly magnets.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Yeah.
magnetic.
Okay.
You may have heard, just looking through articles and press releases, the word. Yeah, I'd probably use the word paracausal. It's not like a top secret word or something. It's just a field of science that common people don't really have any sort of understanding or day-to-day interaction with. It's like asking
Right.
somebody when you go to the grocery store what they think of quantum entanglement as it applies to new computer processing in
Okay.
vast distances.
Okay. All right.
I might do.
Okay, so team, I think we can just admit that this is beyond fucked, right?
Have you found the
That's a
key
choice.
yet?
No, but we might be in a good place to start looking.
Do that. I'm almost done.
Okay.
But
Desperado, we're close. We can give you the hand with the finishing touches there.
Yeah.
But you look around,
Uh,
and you do see at the workstation there is there's nothing helpful about you not noticing, so I'm not going to call it helpful. You are taking the time to look through this room. You are searching this room, I presume.
Yeah.
You do notice that there does look like a bloody handprint down at the base of the workstation, right where the chair would be pulled into, like if you were working on it.
Yikes. Okay. Hate that. I'm gonna open it.
It's not it's like you have your chair here where your legs are, and there's
Oh,
that
okay.
post that holds the
Yeah.
desk up. There's a handprint on that post.
Oh, there's just a handprint on it. Okay.
As if
Is it just?
somebody with a bloody hand grabbed onto it as they knelt down.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's what I was about to ask. I was like, wait, is that a smart one? Yeah. I'm gonna orient myself how somebody would be to kind of like get down there, and I guess look under the desk.
Yeah, you look underneath, and I say knelt down. They would have kneeled down, but they still have to pull their zero-G body down underneath the desk.
Mhm.
It does look like, actually, you can activate like your suit's flashlight or something, or maybe you have a wrist mounted or something on your helmet. you can see right where the workstation hits the wall, and it does look like it was bolted in. It's not like one seamless, piece of metal. It looks like it was bolted in. You can see that it looks like there's a section that has been lipped forward, as if somebody took like a crowbar or something and tried to, just wrench it from the wall. And you can see shoved up in there is what looks to be the equivalent of a USB stick.
Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna very carefully pull that out, clamber back out from under the desk.
Pull that out. It is bloody with fresh blood.
Fresh blood.
It's wet.
Gross. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna climb out. Holding it kind of gingerly, but like having to hold it because I'm not losing this bitch. Pop over comms. I think I found the override. When you're all done, you should come to station command. I don't like us being separate.
You actually, just to clarify and remind, you actually know that there is a more local access to the array's mainframe that just needs to be connected, which is what they are doing.
So if I meet them outside, it's better.
Not outside, but there is a room at the center of the station that is astrometrics.
Oh.
You have to go to the
Gotcha.
astrometrics lab. I should have been more clear about that earlier. I just forgot the word astrometrics.
That's fine. I'll mark on everybody's map where we're reconnecting. I guess watch out for crazy people with guns who heal spontaneously in between encounters. Yeah.
Astrometrics is pretty much center of the station. In fact, it looks like right underneath physically where the array is bolted into the station. So really it's probably just you have this big thick data cable that sticks down into the station and immediately plugs into some big terminal there. Observation mainframe. Why it's separate from the actual station's mainframe, you don't know, but it is.
Before we leave, Tavik is going to sort of look out the door and then back in and go, "Can I have that?" He says, pointing to the gun.
Yeah, take it.
And he takes it, and he'll put it in his normal holster since he's still holding the DL-44. Thank you.
You say thank you,
Big point.
but you don't like holding onto this gun. You can. I'm not going to say you can't. But you don't like this gun. Which is as irrational as it sounds.
I take it, and there's a moment where, visibly, their hand is shaking as they put it in the holster and then make a point of keeping their arm away from
it. It's like if your ex-girlfriend just handed you their current boyfriend's sweater and said, "Here, hold this." You don't like it
That's
personally.
so effective.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's such a very good, very unique. I love that. That's real good.
Very helpful.
And then his hand comes back up over towards his chest. And he sort of thumbs at something. And then nods and goes, "We should move."
But as I was saying, Astrometrics is centrally located, so you guys can meet up on the way there.
Okay.
Unless for some reason anybody would like to stay outside. With the help of the other two, Desperado, and good old 90s era serendipity, everything has been completed in this same time frame, and you can meet up on the way to Astrometrics.
No reason not to.
You're muted, Q.
Would every time. Gonna look at Starblood. I'm gonna check.
Well, okay, hold up. We're not flashing. We can flash forward there. I didn't know if there was going to be any conversation to that. So pause before you were in our place to actually look at Starblood. You guys, the three of you outside the station, can finish up your work, stow your tools, get yourself back in through the airlock, and make your way back further into the station. The other two of you, Bite, Starblood, you can make your way, again, back further into the station. I would say, normally, if there was gravity, it would be noticeable that Tavik has been shot. However, you don't need to exert a lot of leg muscles to float. So, you're just floating. But...
Especially with my propulsion system.
Right. You're basically coming together at a T-junction, with Starblood and Bite coming this direction, and Desperado and Solitaire and Blacksmith coming from the other direction, intending to meet up and go down the stem of the T. And you all hear tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick. I'm not doing onomatopoeia. Somebody's saying tick.
Figured. Gonna look for the source of the voice.
Well, you are yet to convene at the meeting point of this T. Presumably, both sides hear this, whether you communicate this with each other. Again, presumably it is coming from down that adjoining corridor.
Okay.
But you said you've been trying to talk with this guy, right?
Yeah.
Any luck?
I mean, for all I know, he didn't hear because he fucking teleported away. I don't know.
Right. All right.
But he fired on us before.
Okay. Cool. Then we try and talk, but we're ready to shoot if that becomes necessary.
Agreed.
I think it might be Dr. Warner. That's the room he disappeared in. It's where we found the overdrive.
No, that makes sense.
Right.
Okay.
We get to the junction, hold up, make sure everybody's there. We move in nice and slow. Sound good?
Yeah.
Solitaire will actually pull his weapon for once, which is it's like a bullpup style tactical rifle. It would normally be mag locked onto the back of his armor, but all right.
I've got my cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I need everyone to be ready to move if it all looks bad. Could be a countdown.
Yeah.
You all
All right.
turn the corridor. I assume Desperado taking point from one side. Solitaire backing him up. I assume Starblood taking point from the other side despite the injury. Tactically pull yourself around the corner of this corridor, and you see, again because zero gravity, sort of floating up in the, well, they're kind of circular, so there's not really a corner, but floating up in the corner of the ceiling, you see, well, Starblood, you see the Oracle. And you are not under the effect of freeze anymore. You're under the effect of juice.
I'm not.
So hold that for a moment. The rest of you, of course, see, at least as Bite knows now, Director Cassander Warner. Sort of listing gently, as if he got himself up there and generally stabilized himself. He is stuck up in that corner, sort of not fetal position, but bent over himself, grabbing at this wound. And just staring. You don't know exactly where he's looking, but he's sort of bent forward, and you can hear coming from him. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick.
Hey. You Warner?
Tick. Tock.
He doesn't
No.
look armed, does he?
No. However, you do see again a few little red marbles of blood drifting through the lack of gravity.
I'm gonna tap Desperado on the shoulder and just kind of push myself forward in our little rankings.
Talk.
I'm pulling out a patch and kind of leading with that as I slowly get closer.
Tick.
I'm going
Um,
to check the rest of the place while they're, paying attention to dude.
Yeah, I'm with Solitaire.
Yeah, this
I'm
isn't a
keeping
room.
untrained on him.
This is a corridor.
I'm floating up.
Oh,
It's a
cool.
hallway.
Oh,
And he's just floating at the top of this hallway. There's
that makes it so much worse.
nothing else here.
Nope,
Open space.
just gun trained.
Tick.
Hey,
Talk.
Mr. Warner?
Tick. You stop right in front
Are
of
you
him.
running? You're
I'm
worried about
right
time?
Right behind Bite.
Are you running out of time?
Doesn't seem to regard you at all. You
What's wrong with yesterday?
lean in and you see his eyes are milky white. You see he looks worse than he did before. Thinner. Less color.
That's what I was looking for.
You see
Is it the same
his
wound?
uniform has been soaked with blood. But it's not fresh. It's dried.
Mhm.
But yes, he does have that wound from where you just shot him. Well, where Stargate just shot him. Just
Right.
shot him.
Well, then I'm going to reach out and I'm going to try to hold his shoulder as if to like kind of hold him in place and then try to use the patch on the wound,
All right.
even if he's not acknowledging me.
You touch his shoulder and there's no immediate reaction. Stabilize yourself. Now this patch, I assume this is some of your pilot
Mhm.
gear. Is this a good
Indeed.
old-fashioned Shadowrun slap patch? You just slap it on and it magically makes you healthy?
Yeah, supposedly it's like a, what is it? It including sprayable Medigel and instant acting medical patches.
Excellent.
I don't know, it's magic, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have disappeared from my ComCon, but you are on Foundry for us. All right, so that's very easy to use. I shouldn't say magic. We're doing sci-fi here, and I want to make that clear. So you stabilize yourself and just sort of press this patch onto the wound. And there's a wince to it as you do, but you can feel the patch working, releasing this coagulating material, forming a seal from where the patch is to the fabric of his clothing, and releasing presumably some level of nanobots to go in and do triage repair. And then
Mhm.
Director Warner's face snaps in your direction, slams his hands down on the side of your head, and just
Nope.
starts screaming.
No, I'm firing. I'm firing immediately. As soon as those hands touch. I think I'm emptying my clip into it. Every single round I have left is going into his body.
I'm gonna try and use my third arm to remove one of those hands.
Yeah, it's
So
not
loud.
difficult to pull him off now that he is very well and thoroughly dead. And still, down the other side of that corridor, everybody can hear the click, 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 click of Tavik still
going.
firing, even though his magazine is well spent.
And he's moving forward. Tavik is floating forward towards us, still firing.
Tavik,
The visor's completely filled in. Cannot see his face at all.
Tavik.
Just firing, click.
You're all going to hear you're going to hear my feet stomping, and I'm going to grab him and just kind of slam him into the side. Not enough to hurt him, but just yell, "Tavik!"
He hits, and his arm kind of just floats. The hand holding the gun just sort of floats for a moment, and then it slowly comes down. He doesn't say anything.
Breathe.
Well, pause very quick.
Oh.
There's not really a mental stat, composure stat. Let me take a look at your sheet real quick there, Starblood, because you could very well be quite enraged from your juice right now. Is there anything viable, relevant you can roll?
Stay
to calm
cool.
yourself down. Well, Starblood
I don't
does not
have stay
cool.
Oh, R.I.P.
No surprise.
And I think take control is exactly the opposite, and
Yep.
instead leading into this. So
100%.
you know what? Actually,
Mm-hmm.
give me a d20 minus 4.
Minus
God.
Ooh.
4.
Yeah, your take control is working against you, bud.
Oh,
Love that. Okay.
Oh.
I'm gonna roll this physical dice.
Go ahead. I trust you.
Because it does not fail me, usually. Now, that doesn't always mean I will succeed at the roll, but it means whatever is more narratively interesting is what it
Love
will
it.
decide. That is a 20 on the die.
Hell yeah.
That's 20. All right.
Fuck yes.
Tavik, you hear your heart beating in your ears. And you don't even immediately realize that you have been pushed into a wall and that Athen is yelling your name into you. No, you hear your heartbeat in your ears, and you hear the squelch and the crunching of glass beneath your feet on a wet floor. And you feel old and infantile and insignificant. And yet so incredibly, incredibly important? Powerful? You can taste the adrenaline in your mouth. And you breathe. And your vision slowly starts to come back. You had that tunnel vision of when adrenaline just takes over and it's just darkness, except for that pinprick at the center of your vision, and you weren't even sure it was Athen. In fact, you thought it was, well, yourself, or a version of yourself. Another Harrison, maybe. But that adrenaline finally pushes back. You have that fight or flight or composure response. Because you were trained to react well under pressure. You usually react well under pressure. You don't know why. Your mind is failing you like this. But you can't be too hard on yourself right now. It helps you come to. Though you are now back in reality for whatever that means, where and when we are. face to face with Athen, who does not look particularly happy.
Okay. I'm going to pull Bite into me, moving the body away. Hey. You alright?
Fine, that's what happens. Let's go.
No. No. It was a person. It's alright to not be okay. I just want you to be honest about it.
I'll be not okay later. Let's go.
Okay.
Solitaire has drifted up next to the body, just kind of staring at it for a moment. I had fucking questions.
I don't know if we were going to get questions.
I still could have fucking asked. He might have known what the hell was in that tube. Why it's connected to that goddamn oracle.
I think once we get the information, we'll have some idea of that. Okay.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. 'Cause, God damn it, I thought I had it. There was.
Tavik.
Yes.
Are you good to continue, or should you return to throne?
I am good to continue.
Does he still have
Okay.
that other pistol on him?
Yeah.
Don't be so hard on him. He was just fulfilling a promise. It's fine.
You guys push forward away from this scene.
I want to search this body first.
Before we move on, I want to note, and obviously, I mean, a blacksmith would clearly know, would notice that there's no resistance whatsoever as he's pinning them up against the wall. Havoc is just sort of floating, if still floating. Feet are settled on the ground if you have pushed them in a way where that would happen, and they are hanging. There is no intent or will in motion in any way. His arm, still holding the now empty gun, still sort of floats at an almost awkward angle. His head is sort of slumped a bit. Less than when you first did it. Still heavy. And he's quiet. No response, no snide remarks, no heavy breathing, even just quiet.
Blood, I need you to acknowledge that you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Get your shit together. You are a Harrison. You are the #1 ranked student out of the academy. You are one of the best pilots in the Lancer Auxiliary Corps. I understand that shit is fucked. That was excessive. I get being scared. You're better than this. We've all seen it. Now, in the meantime, reload your weapon, and we're going to push forward. Solitaire, don't take too long. And I'm going to just like gently pull him like off the wall and just make sure that we're both moving forward.
Anyone else moving forward?
And
Yeah.
I'm not going to take too long. I just wanted to do like kind of a cursory search to see if this guy had anything on him.
So Solitaire's hanging back real quick just to pat him down. All right.
I'm staying by Bite's side.
And Bite, you're moving forward, pressing on.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
there's a there's a moment. So after Blacksmith releases Tavik, where they just sort of hang there in the air for a moment, and it's when you try to ensure that they are moving forward that they pop the clip, pull out a new one, reload, and then there's a moment where even though you can't see their face through the visor, you can see that they are looking in Bite's direction for a moment, and then they
Before
start
you
moving
get
with you.
too forward, Starblood, Blacksmith, Desperado, Bite. Press on forward, pull yourself through 0G along the corridors, and you hear talk. Tick. Talk. Tick.
From old
Talk.
dude?
Tick. Talk. I presume you stop.
Bite's whipping around.
Turn
Is he
around.
alive?
Solitaire's patting him down.
Where's the sound coming from, if not from the body?
Mm-hmm.
It was his voice.
Where's the sound? Solitaire?
Yeah,
You making noise?
Not to you.
he ain't making no noise. He's dead.
No, he's not.
Okay.
I'm following the sound. Where the fuck is it coming from?
It stopped.
Fuck.
Solitaire, get away from the body.
Yep.
Are you heading back to Solitaire and the corpse of Director Warner?
Yeah. And the thing, like,
Tick.
just to ensure that I get there quickly, I'm going to activate my mag clamps and I'm going to start running.
It's probably quicker just to grab on the wall and throw yourself.
Oh, okay,
forward.
then yeah. Whatever I
Yeah.
can get there
Mag
fastest.
clamps are kind of sticky. Yeah, you
Fair
do
enough.
so, and
Yeah.
you hear tick, talk, tick.
As soon as Athens says that, I'll hit the EVA and push myself back away from
Talk.
this. And what?
Tick. Heard it that time. They didn't. They're hearing tick tock.
Okay. Shiv,
Yeah?
I need you to go and get that information so we can fucking go.
Fine. I'll go.
Tavik, with me if you please.
Need half a moment. Okay.
Shiv will split off and like point to everybody else down the hall. 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes.
As Shiv is going one way, Tavik's going the other, back towards the body.
But
Unless someone stops them.
Yeah, I would love for that. I would love to do that. Yeah, thank you so much. I love that so much, actually.
is there enough fight for there to be a roll?
No, not at all. It is very much the classic like I'm going this way, bro, nah bro, chill bro. The like the half struggle.
Cool
sort
beans.
of. Yeah.
So you're about to float away, and then there's just a third arm that comes out from, Desperado's back. This guy, not so fast, pretty boy. We're going this way. Blacksmith is there. He's got it. You've already showed your ass on this. Tell me. I need you to look at me. I need you to look directly at me. Does this have something to do with what happened at the gala?
No.
Okay.
Let's go.
So if a lot of you aren't following Byte to Astrometrics, what are you doing?
I'm not gonna let Bite go alone.
She's not going. I was going with her. I
You
just
are
stopped.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was basically, I was just launching back to make sure that I could get Solitaire, and then I was going to drag his ass back if I needed to.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Not letting her go alone. You crazy?
Gotcha.
It's wild.
I'm just saying.
Hey,
Not
just
a
making
chance.
sure. You said you, one individual person, go get this data, and then
No.
there was. I didn't know if there was a.
She's got
I
the card.
Yeah.
Yup,
Listen,
yeah, no,
Shiv's got the card,
yeah.
so I need them to do the thing.
All right. Gotcha.
We'd
Gotcha.
be fist fighting otherwise. There's no way anyone's getting to go anywhere alone right now after this. Not a
Sorry, I've been
goddamn
watching
chance.
Korra, and all I can think of is, Julie, do the thing!
do the thing.
Please.
Exactly.
All right, guys. All right.
Get
All
him
right. All right. Maintain the suspense.
Or cats.
Before
I'm sorry.
we get too far forward, of course, Blacksmith, you boost forward, and I imagine almost like zero gravity tackle into Solitaire. As Solitaire, you push back and kind of meet in the zero G space and go spinning off into the wall for a second. But you're not exactly sure what you're referring to because you didn't hear anything until you pushed away from him. And just before doing so, you did find a little personal data pad in his jacket.
That's going in my pocket.
All right. As the two of you are
Woot.
floating down the corridor, just carried by momentum, you do both hear talk, tick, talk. You're all floating there. This person's clearly dead. And if you're not moving, either towards or away from, you don't hear anything.
That's fucked.
Because
Let's
I
go.
want to be sure I'm not the only person hearing this stuff, right?
Yeah, I hear it too.
The TikTok
You are not.
happening.
Okay. Good. I think there's been too much of that. So there will be a moment. Hold up, just a second, Athen. He's gonna kind of stop himself. It's quiet then, right?
Yep.
And then start
Except-
moving again.
You are
Oh,
down the way that you originally came from. You stop yourself, have this conversation, right yourself, and begin pushing your way forward. And you see floating in the corner, gripping his wounds, breathing, Tick. Talk. Tick.
I'm sorry, what?
Athen.
Athen, you see this too. The other three of you don't. That's clearly a dead body.
Okay. Fuck.
Nor do you.
Am I imagining this?
No, I see it too.
Do we have cams?
Yes.
Okay. Show me cams.
And
Do
I'll.
you have a reason to ask for that? Having not seen nor heard any of this that they are experiencing.
Desperado.
TikTok.
I don't
You
know how
keep
to
hearing
explain
it.
this. He's back, and I'm going to. I'm going to show what I can see.
TikTok. Sometimes people would hear it, sometimes others would not. They just went, so,
Alright.
yes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, it seems like Blacksmith was on a similar page anyway, so you can simultaneously request and receive this, and you get a little sort of AR overlay of Athen's vision at the corner of your visor, and you can look over, and you immediately get a headache, and it is blurry. In fact, a headache strong enough that your head is in your hands.
Ow.
Wait, what's happening?
What's going on?
He's
Oh,
back.
whatever that was, I did not like that.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Wait, guys, I didn't tell you this part before because it was fucking weird and super improbable. Not technically impossible because nothing's impossible, but it was improbable. The guy that we saw in the laboratory, we saw again, but this time he didn't have the wound. But the wound that Tavik shot him in the exact spot that we saw him wounded in the laboratory.
And by that guy, you mean this guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Okay.
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 We need to go.
Yeah. All right, let's get the stuff and get the hell out of here as fast as possible.
Talk. Tick. Talk. Tick.
He's not
Throw
going to
yourself-
shoot us.
You throw yourself down the corridor towards astrometrics. I heard what sounded like a die roll. Was that something?
But just me getting some help making decisions.
Excellent.
So the dice told you to be a pouty little baby boy?
All
No
right.
comment.
So, once you get down to the end of this corridor, turn the corner, and push yourself away, eventually, it's not as if it gets quieter, you just start not hearing it. Eventually. Not exactly sure what had happened. But you were hearing talk tick, gasp, talk tick. And then you didn't. You don't remember for how long you weren't hearing it. Became mundane. But you can pull yourself down along this corridor towards astrometrics, and you are not far. The door to astrometrics is closed. But I assume you go over and do
Oh, yeah.
on the panel.
If there's power, I'm fucking with it.
On the control panel in front of the door, you try to get it to activate, and on the control panel you do see pop up Director Override. As expected, though everyone's a bit rattled at this point. You can take out that futuristic USB, plug it into the side.
Bloody.
Yep. Connect it to your own device and interface the two. Get the password from there into where it needs to be. And the light on the panel goes from red to green, and where it said Director Override, It now says, "You shall hear the herald's call before this body is destroyed."
Well, that's not fucked up at all. Not at all.
What?
I just saw
It says
multiple people
access granted.
being in the Discord. Oh, for sure. It was comedic how quickly I saw like several people are typing in the Discord. It was a lot. It was great. Am I the only one who saw that?
Saw what?
So what?
It says access granted.
Oh, cool. Great. Everyone heard Stacy say it previously though, correct? Because it was just the three of us.
It was you, Desperado, and Solitaire.
Okay. I'm gonna look down, look back
Not
at everybody.
Solitaire, Starblade. Sorry.
Yeah. It said that weird phrase again. I swear it was there just a second ago. It's, you shall hear the herald's call before this body is destroyed.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah. Do we know if that's a
Door
quote from
opens.
anything?
Sure. What do you mean?
I don't know what you're
So
freaking out about.
fast.
You asked the door to open, it opened.
It opened, yeah, we're all jumpy now.
Did we?
So maybe someone other than me and Silver Spoon should try entering the room first. Just saying.
Okay,
Thanks.
going in.
Okay. You float your way on into Astrometrics. You can see this large mainframe sort of area, sort of surrounded by glass. And there's a bit of a fog and condensation. You imagine it's quite cold in there. Server room kind of stuff. But this is, Desperado, you easily put this together. This is where the array connects to the station, and those cables, those data cables that you patched up and bypassed, are feeding into this central processing core here for the actual Farspace observation array. And there's a computer terminal inside that room where you can directly access all of the information directly from the array itself.
Making
You
a
do
beeline.
see that there are connectors that sort of run down. You can sort of do a 180 around the room. You can see there are data cable connectors that run down the side of this mainframe and into the floor, and you can see it looks like somebody took an axe to them.
Ooh. Well, that's an ass pain.
But that presumably is why the files are not fully accessible from Station Command. That's where they were cut. But you've repaired the data cables going from the array to this terminal here, so everything should be fine.
Don't know why you had to say it like that.
Like what?
You know what?
All of us are so on edge. It's great.
All right,
Good job, Jack. Good job.
Shiv, let's get this the fuck over with.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Shiv is gonna go full gremlin mode in front of one of these terminals if I can.
Okay. You can make your way through this sort of sliding glass door into this central sort of server room into here.
Mm-hmm.
And you immediately hear from Stacy. Hello, Siobhan. Are you ready to go home?
Hey, so fun fact.
I like fun facts.
No one has said my full name
I don't think so.
this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like at first, Shiv just like rolls with it, like, "Hi, Stacy. Yeah.
Are you ready to listen? Listen. Right.
What?
You do not understand.
No, I don't think I do.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Are you ready to go
That's
home?
the things.
Home.
Question:
Where's
Are
home?
we hearing this?
Yes.
Okay.
It's coming from inside the server room, but you are hearing it muffled. At least Stacy,
Gotcha.
being the NHP for our new raid listeners, non-human person, sort of paracausal AI who is running the space station. Well, running.
Where is home?
Where is home, Siobhan? Can you show us?
Go do it.
Or someone to fucking do it.
Is there room to be in there with them?
Yeah.
Cool beans. Cool.
You'd be
Yeah, we're gonna
sort
go.
of sardined in there if you all go in.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go in after them.
I don't know where your home is, Stacy. Where is home?
Where is home, Siobhan? Will you show us? Us, we, home.
Stacy, I'm really sorry, but I just have to get some things, and then I'll show you where home is. Where I think it is.
You shall hear the heralds call before this body is self-destruct initiated.
Is that not followed by self-destruct canceled? Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. Fuck everything else, I gotta cancel a self-destruct, I guess. Or, is there a timer somewhere? Is there a big red clock that tells me how long before everything blows up?
No.
Nah.
Uh,
Stacy, cancel the self-destruct.
Self-destruct terminated. You have not heard the herald's call. Call.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, cool. I don't like what that is, so Shiv's gonna tune everything else out at this point. This is all too weird and I have a job to do, so we're gonna focus on the job. I'm gonna try to start transferring data from the data array.
You plug in the director override passkey, get everything properly authenticated, hook up your own, there's a lot of data to transfer, so you're using the actual data cable, hook up your own data pad to the station's array and begin downloading. Doesn't take long, OmniNet sort of, whether you understand it to be or not, paracausal levels of data transfer here. But actually surprisingly quickly for what you would presume to be a lot of data. Transfer complete.
Can I check the data?
Do you want to verify that you have data files on your pad, or would you like to transfer the raw data from this mainframe to one of the computers one of the terminals on the outside of the room and actually view the data.
No. You said that so innocently, but I'm so scared.
It's a simple
In both
question.
instances. I
Are
know.
we ready to go?
I'm gonna view it on a terminal. I want to make sure that it's not corrupted.
You send it over to one of the data terminals. You and presumably Desperado will exit outside of this chilled and closed server room and head over to that terminal on the outside of this astrometrics lab. The wall of this, inside the astrometrics lab, on the wall. Head over to that terminal. You can pull up the data, and you see there's lines and lines of code, numbers and numbers of files. This is data collected over the course of well, again, you're not exactly sure how it does it, but it's data that's been collected for quite a while. And it's data from pretty far away. And by quite a while, I mean maybe a year or so prior to when you were sent out here.
Mm-hmm.
And you can confirm that it is looking in the region of space. Well, you don't really have coordinates for where the Commodore was referencing to. So I guess you can't really confirm anything, but it is looking at a specific area, and it does register that these coordinates span an approximate relative distance of between 40 and 200 light years in this observational sort of cube that they're focused on. And there's like a extremely fast forward timeline of everything that happens and a number of blips of anomaly, and this sort of correlation file that is trying to piece these anomalies together and make sense of what those are and form a timeline and try to ascertain what each of those anomalies are and how they might relate to each other. But it does quickly pull up what looks like a nebula. A nebula that looks very similar to what's in that container that Solitaire was so fixated on. And you look at it. Who else is there? Has anyone else approached, seeing that Siobhan has, clearly taken the time to go over and do work on a terminal? This is not something quick that she does. No one? No takers? Alright.
Just us.
Havoc is in the back, up against the wall, just sort of silent.
Okay.
How you all doing in there?
It's
Just checking the files to make sure that they're not corrupted here too.
All right. I'm watching the dead not dead man out here, and
Oh no,
Everything's
that guy's way down
clear.
the corridor.
oh, okay.
You guys are all pretty much in astrometrics. It's just whether you
Okay.
And
Okay.
actually, I would even
actually thought we
say
had got
that.
left behind, but
Oh no, I was under the impression everybody went together. It was made very clear that
Yeah.
nobody was letting anybody go anywhere alone.
Oh,
I know how this is going. I know how
yeah.
this is working, man.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm just not approaching the terminal.
Yeah. So this.
I mean,
Watching our
in
backs.
that case, I would 100% approach the terminal.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't Star Trek Voyager astrometrics with the big giant panorama screen, but it is a relatively large terminal on the wall that has a really surprisingly accurate level of resolution and detail. Solitaire, you can make your way over, start looking over this data. It is astrometrics data, as I described before.
Mm.
And you look over, you're looking at everything that pops up. There's a lot on this screen. It's a pretty big screen, not huge, but a pretty big screen. So you're looking at this section, you're looking at this section, and as I said before, a bunch of information going through a number of different sort of staggered windows of video files that, you know, zoom in and analyze and sort of shoot over to an analytics file over here, a timeline of anomalies, and then you do focus over on the one that is that nebula. And that is that nebula you were just so fixated on. And you hear the wail of a screaming infant. And feel the vastness of a galaxy. You smell the dust and musk of a long-sealed crypt. Flashes of nebulae right there. But not space gas. You feel the black holes burning and dripping off of you. The gases coalescing around you. Forming off of you and swirling. You feel cool and warm. And you feel at home. You feel familiar. This is what needed to be said. This is the Herald's call. And then the center of that nebula, darkness. And everybody sees this on the screen. There was a nebula, now there is a hole in that nebula, and you see the blackness and stars through it. That's not how nebula works. And then all of you hear a piercing, head-splitting scream. Thank you for watching tonight's episode of the Starcrier Conflict. We will be back next week for the continuation of this paracausal nightmare.
Oh my god.
It's a nightmare, all right.
Oh, yes.
Are you ready to hear the Herald's call? Will you listen?
No.
Will you understand?
That
Tune
part,
in next
no.
week.
Absolutely not.
How you guys doing? You have fun? I've had fun.
I feel like we're playing an entirely different game now, but it's great.
I didn't know to expect spooky month in June, but I'm more than pleased to be here.
Every month is spooky month if you want it to be.
If you try hard enough. Oh god.
As one,
Yeah, super proud of my Gaslight Gatekeep Ghost Boss. So I was thinking of that in here somewhere.
yes.
So good.
All right. Well, I know that was an abrupt ending for myself, for the audience, for you guys, especially, I'm sure.
How dare you?
One final little teaser. I've been talking with my new friend Galen for a bit now. I might have something to show you next week.
Oh.
But you'll have to tune in next Sunday at 7 p.m. right here at RPGs Uncovered for the continuation of the Starcrier Conflict. All right, guys, we ran late. Thank you so much, not just audience, but especially cast for hanging out extra late tonight. I know it's later in the evening for some of you than others. We started late. Actually, we started on time, but we had to run late to get everybody in, and we were so close to where I wanted to get exactly to this ending that I wanted to push it. So I appreciate you guys sticking around, and I hope it was enthralling for all of you all the way through.
Oh yeah.
I will leave it to you guys how long you want to take to show yourselves, but feel free to do your normal outros before I do mine and say some more words and things. So because you weren't here at the uptick, Sean, go ahead and say hello and where you are, what you're doing when you're not otherwise consumed by the wail of a screaming infant and the vastness of a galaxy and the dust and the musk. Sorry, go on.
Great. I'm Sean, aka Rise, on other platforms and various things. You can find me on Blue Sky as Rise. It's RIZE. You can find me on Instagram and Threads as Raven Black Photography. as far as the TTRPG stuff goes, next couple of months are actually going to be pretty chill for me because I got other stuff away from the streaming internet, Twitch kind of thing going on. But I'll still be here every Sunday. Other than that, that's about all I got going on because, yeah, life stuff. But
I very much appreciate you making it back for the second half of this episode because
yeah, I'm glad I managed to make. I was hoping to get back earlier, but things and
if it
I'm glad I got.
wasn't made clear, you were very relevant to what is going on, or I should say,
Hey.
Yeah, I got that impression.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad that came through.
I don't
Haley,
see it.
when you are not overriding the safety procedures to keep a crazed paracalzo nonsense AI shackled, what are you otherwise doing?
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, when I'm not being terrorized by a ghost spaceship. Hey, howdy, hi. I'm Haley. But yeah, you can find me at Haley on most things. Usually my line here is that I'm screaming into the void, but with recent experiences, I feel like that's a little too on the nose.
I think
so yeah,
the
I'm
void
just-
decided to scream back this
Yeah,
time.
say
Yep.
it answered.
That's what I'm getting. I don't hate it. I'm enjoying these conversations with Stacy. She spooks me. I love her very much.
Can I take half a sec to point out that Haley's off kilter? Because you said hey howdy hi instead of hey howdy bye.
Oh no.
I thought that too.
Totally.
Yep, I was gonna let it
My
slide,
joke.
but I'm glad somebody didn't.
I'm losing my mind over here. This entire 4 or
Fully
5 hour
fine.
stretch.
Success.
Yeah.
Fully fine. Hi, I'm Q. You can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Midnight Inc. That's midnight_INQ. Q is my name. I'm sure you get it. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. I keep making cowboys. Ping, ping. I am on the internet doing stuff and things, and you can find me. So do the thing. It's time to go.
It's too late for the whole list.
Next.
What a mood.
Okay. Hi, I'm Andrew. I've been playing Intermission. I'm sorry that I made it late, but I run a YouTube channel that is called That Gamer Ajax. I am on all the socials as That Gamer Ajax. I post a bunch of educational tips and tricks, stories, kind of thing. Most recent one that went up was 4 tips to keep your one shot an actual one shot. Actually, I had a lot of fun with that one. Great times. And coming up soon, I'm going to have a video on how to roughly play a 2D20 game because I love the system a lot, and I think they're a wide variety of systems. So this will go over the basics on what you can expect when you're playing those games.
Excellent. And likewise, thank you for hopping in the last half here. I tried to play Athen as best I could, but of course you do it way better.
I appreciate it.
Lion, when I'm not traumatizing you.
Hey all. I'm Trauma. Tonight I have been the living embodiment of trauma, and it's fantastic, and it will only get worse, I'm sure. I'm Drake Lionheart. Most people call me Lion. I use they, he pronouns. I am the creative director for Tales from the Table Studios, which started as an amazing charity event, has blossomed into a studio, an actual play studio, and a wonderful community full of talented storytellers, game writers, game designers, artists, just amazing world builders, human beings galore, and they're all fantastic. We are hard at work doing a couple of cool things. We just started a 3-part miniseries called Cognizance, a Nibiru story. Last Saturday, yesterday, I guess. We're going to be off this week, but we'll be back with it again on the 29th, so check that out. 1 to 4 p.m. EST. A bunch of people trapped in a mall, and it is getting spooky, and not everything makes sense. Similar vibes, less screaming, probably less bullets, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. You'll also be able to see me here, where I have been and will continue to be, at least until my mind breaks and shatters into a bazillion pieces. John Tavik Creighton Vase here, Harrison the Fourth, call sign Starblood. Yeah, you can find me on socials everywhere at the Lion Knight 42 or TFTT Studios. On top of running that and being here for amazing shows like this. I'm a game designer and a writer. You can hire me to run games for you or to write for your game. So check me out, hit me up, let me know. It'll be a good time. And that's me until next week where I get traumatized again.
Yeah.
I only have so many clips to empty into corpses. Come on, Jack.
Yeah.
I don't have infinite ammo.
Whew. Thank you for watching, guys. Let me give one more shout out to actually I don't know if I did yet. I feel like I did, but I could be remembering the future again. I'm doing that a lot this week.
TikTok.
Yeah. No, I have not put in a link and a little blurb on Galen, but go check out Galen, our artist for this show, who has done the lovely character illustrations that you have seen on screen here today for our characters. And I got a surprise for you next week, hopefully. It's gonna be good. I'm so excited.
That's the level of elation that never brings peace to the players. This is good.
I know.
We're
I'm
fun.
so scared in the best way. I love it here.
What is it? I'm in danger.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for trying to understand. We'll be back next week for the continuation of this. In the meantime, go get yourself a nice, delicious plate of heart tomatoes and calm down. Try to make sense of all of this. It's gonna take some piecing together. Everyone stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, keep having fun, keep checking back here, where the future is wrong, and you're not ready for us. Happy time zone, folks.
Happy timeline, gang.
Bye-bye. Yeah, seriously.
Which